Yeah, can hear you. Fine. Yep.
yo, 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 yo. Computer, are we good? Are we good? Okay, we seem to be good. Hello, everybody. Yo, welcome to the Trans Network Voice Modification Workshop. If you're new here, then thank you so much for being here. Let me get this microphone where I want it to be. There we go. That is more where I want it to be. It's a little bit close to my arm. I'm going to bump. Okay, I'm going to tell you ahead of time. I am going to bump this mic a whole bunch as I'm moving my arms around and stuff. So just be ready for that. If we have any weird sounds coming from me literally hitting the mic, then just don't worry about it like that. Yeah, cool. Okie dokie. Oh yeah, and if you are, bump it. Yeah. I'm so sorry, headphone users. Yeah, and if you are a regular here, then you'll notice that we have a very different like camera, I guess, right now. I'm experimenting with this sort of controlled lighting thing, but I don't really have a good lighting setup. Like I literally have a freaking, my main light over there is like one of those like pretend sun things that are meant to be like to help with like mood things during winter. So it's a little bit bright and a little bit intense, but we'll see how it goes. I'm not fully sold on it, but also changing light levels is really annoying, and it's really annoying when suddenly the stream is super bright or super dark. So we'll figure it out. Okay, so let's go into things. So first of all, for people that are here in the Discords, a little bit of workshop rules and etiquette. This doesn't apply to you so much in YouTube chat, but some of it still will. So first things first, make sure we're being really respectful of this learning environment. So if people can avoid randomly screen sharing what game they're playing, or if we can avoid like flooding the chats with irrelevant stuff, and yeah, just keep this as a space right now that people can use to learn. So try to avoid distracting everybody else, I suppose, which leads on to being nice and respectful to our fellow attendees. If you can avoid, to the best that you can, avoid interrupting each other. Obviously, we are on Discord calls right now, and that's not always the easiest thing. And like, it's not a strictly followed thing. Just don't be intentionally speaking over people. Also, when it comes to other people on mic, please be super, super respectful about other people's voices. We're all on different parts of our vocal journey. Frankly, everybody that has ever attended this has always been absolutely lovely. So it's not really something I belabor too much. But yeah, if you're giving like feedback or criticism on someone's voice, then make sure you keep it But first of all, make sure it's like wanted. Like, don't just out of nowhere. You know, if somebody's requesting like, hey, I want some help with my voice, then that's valid. If someone just happens to be talking, then it's not quite as valid. But yeah, feedback should be actionable stuff that like the thing you're saying tells them what to do. So for example, oh, you don't sound femme enough. That doesn't really tell anybody anything. It's not useful info. Even just saying like, you sound femme or you sound masc, unless you're answering that very specific question of how the gendering of the voice sounds, it's just not very actionable. It doesn't tell people what to do next. So it's not really very useful feedback. If in doubt when it comes to feedback, just leave it to me. It's what I'm here for. Yeah, cool. And then lastly, if we can be staying on topic. So again, avoid, screen sharing some random whatever that's not to do with this. And yeah, if we can avoid having big conversations right now about what's happening in, I don't even know what's happening in pop culture at all. What's happening in pop culture? There you go. Or like what's happening is the MCU still relevant or whatever? Keep it to voice stuff if we can. That way, yeah, everybody gets to learn and nobody has their questions being lost. And yeah, I'm just trying to make sure that everybody gets to use this opportunity as best as they can. And if you do want help with your voice specifically, we do have a one-on-one section right at the end. So if you're looking for just some direct feedback from me with your voice, you want some help figuring out something, or you want to know where to go next, or anything at all really, that you want to be on mic for, then wait till the end. We have a specific segment where we'll get through everybody that wants help with that. Yeah. Okie dokie. So who is this lady barking orders at you? Hi. Pleased to meet you all if you don't know me already. My name's Zara. I'm the owner of and dedicated voice coach for Trans Network. That's my little Discord community. There's a bunch of links there, YouTube, Discord, Ko-fi, all of that good stuff. Oh, and if you're needing any of those links, then instead of having to like type them out, especially like Discord invites and nonsense like that, whichever account I'm using to present this to you, whether it's Zara's 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, whatever, if you just click on the bio, then all of these links are there, so it can just be a bit easier for you. I've been hosting workshops since about August 2024. So people in Trans Voice, people in Trans Network, obviously, are going to recognize me from all the way back then. And then later down the road is when Rainbow Library and Diamond's Trans Server joined us. If you were ever in some of the old days when Trans Academy was letting people do like unaffiliated workshops, then I was one of the people doing those. And yeah, if you recognize me, it's probably from there. And finally, if you are wanting lessons with me, first of all, sit through this workshop first. It'll give you a lot of info that's going to be really useful to help you like progress faster in lessons. But if you are wanting lessons with me, then public lessons, which are streamed just like this is, it's like streamed to my YouTube and other people get to listen in on your lesson, then those are totally free. That's my thank you to you as you're letting other people learn from your work. And then if you're wanting totally private lessons, that's just a one-on-one call between us, then they're £20 a lesson. Lessons are about 55 minutes each. Okie dokie. Now this is the important bit, okay? What I'm not is a medical professional. I have no medical qualifications. I'm definitely not your doctor. I'm definitely not anybody's doctor. I'm not a doctor in any way. Yeah, like I said, no medical qualifications. And yeah, I am not qualified to do anything medical. So if you're wanting help with something medical, then I'm not going to be able to give like an informed opinion there. There might just be some anecdotes that I can tell you, or there might be some little factoids that I know about stuff. But generally, it's not my realm of expertise. So if you do have specific medical questions, feel free to ask them, but your answer is probably going to be you should speak to your doctor about that. And if we do have somebody's voice come up later during the one-on-one section and I hear something that just rings an alarm bell for me, I might tell them, and if it's you, I might tell you that like, hey, that sounds like it's something medical is going on here. Maybe I'll recommend them speak to a doctor. That recommendation is just like it's just that. It's just a recommendation. It's nothing more than one of your friends saying like, hey, maybe you should like get that checked out. That's the entire amount of seriousness you should take that, okay? Because again, I am not medically trained. I have zero medical qualifications. It is not the wheelhouse of what I do. None of what we're doing right now is treatment. I'm not treating you for any vocal pathology or vocal condition. All I'm doing is teaching you a skill. That skill being how to produce a voice of whichever gendering you want to produce. Yeah. Okie dokie. All right. So first section, before we go into that, is that super, super clear to everybody in the chats? I want to have a bit of a workshop culture of like you guys participating in chats, but just because it helps me know like where you guys are at and if you're following. And then like important bits like this, I need to know that you guys definitely understand. Okay. There we go. Trans Network, I see you people typing. That's good. That's good. Everybody else, do we understand? I want some yeses or some nos in the chats if you're unsure of what I just explained. Just because it's pretty important. Yeah? Okay, sick. All right, let's go forward then. So first section, all right, voice basics. This is just the fundamentals of how your voice works and how that's relevant to the gendering of a voice. So very first thing, maintaining vocal health, okay? Anything we do with our voice, we want to be doing it in a safe manner. So things that you want to be doing, all right? Firstly, make sure you're staying hydrated, okay? Plenty of water during everything we're doing. If you don't have water with you right now, probably a good idea to go get some. We're going to be here for a little while, so yeah, make sure you're staying nice and hydrated. Hydration is really important because for a couple of reasons. One, your vocal tract produces mucus that it uses as a protective lining, okay? Actually, your whole body does this in any like hole, essentially. So like your eyes have like tears and mucus and stuff. That's what your sleep is when it dries out. That little gritty stuff that you have to get rid of. Your nose has snot, your ears have wax. Every hole in your body has some form of mucus. Reasoning for that is dust, pathogens, anything that's in the air you don't really want inside your body. That is there to clog it all up and get rid of those from entering your system. So same thing happens with the vocal tract. You have that mucus lining, and that's going to catch any debris in the air, any dust, any particulates, any pathogens, anything that would make you ill. It will stop, hopefully. Most times it will stop, and then it just gets caught in the mucus. Then you have these little like brushes that brush that mucus upwards. They're called cilia, and then you swallow it down again. A bit gross, but that's how your body works, I'm afraid. More on that later because that'll come up. But yeah, make sure you're staying really nice and hydrated so that system has all the hydration it needs for a regulated mucus production. Also, staying hydrated is really, really going to help us when it comes to just vocal mobility, okay? Everything we want to be doing, like, remember this is muscles, ligaments, it's body parts, okay? Your body is a huge amount of water. We need that water to maintain good flexibility, all right? So by staying hydrated, you'll literally be able to just do more with your voice, which is probably what you're wanting. Cool. Keeping relaxed. Keeping relaxed is really important. So I don't want your like muscles like all seizing up like that. Again, that's not going to be good for flexibility. It's not going to be good for us moving around. If we stay nice and relaxed, all the sounds that we're looking to make are relaxed sounds, all right? You're going to hear me talking for multiple hours now. And it will be no harder for me to do that than it would if I was using this voice right now, which is my original. In fact, actually, this would probably be harder for me at this point because I haven't used this voice for a prolonged period for quite a long time now. So yeah, make sure we're keeping things nice and relaxed because this voice that you're hearing right now should be no more effortful than this voice you're hearing right now. And if it is more effortful, then you'll find that the sound you produce isn't quite what you're looking for. You'll end up with kind of voices like this, or like voices like this, things like that, which aren't what you're targeting, okay? So you really don't want that strained feeling. You want it just nice and relaxed. And that's going to help you do more, okay? How do you get size/resonance and weight properly without tension? Because you find you can't get the proper high resonance and low weight if you really try. Or you can get it if you really try. Like if you're relaxed, you can't get that much of a high resonance. Is this just practice? Panderetta, it sounds like you have an issue in your technique. We'll go more on those. I'll talk about those in those specific sections where we do size and we do weight. But yeah, that'll be some issue with your technique. There'll be some muscle that's coming in at the same time that doesn't need to be there. So you need to separate those two so that you can do the sound adjustment without having that extra muscle that's just kind of there for the ride, which right now you're probably confusing as like the sensation of doing that thing. Okay, but I'll give you more detail on that in the relevant sections. Okay. Okie dokie. So yeah, make sure we're staying nice and relaxed. Okay. Warm-ups. Warm-ups are really important. Like any muscle that you move in your body, warming up is going to help to, one, increase mobility, which again, obviously we want an increased vocal mobility. We're trying to literally sound like the opposite gender here, so it's probably going to be quite useful. So yeah, warming up for mobility, warming ups are really important for safety, okay, to help avoid us damaging and injuring ourselves. And then lastly, warming up is really good because it increases the blood flow to the muscles of the vocal tract. By increasing the blood flow, that literally is going to provide all the resources that your vocal tract needs, because blood is how we transport resources in the body. So everything your body's needing, softies are going to, warming up is going to help you deal with that. We'll talk about what they are and we'll talk about softies in the relevant section. So yeah, make sure you're always warming up if you're going to be doing a big sit down practice session. Yeah, what's something else I wanted to say on that? Oh yeah, all the resources being brought through your bloodstream, that includes that hydration. So drinking plus warm-ups are going to help you bring that hydration to your vocal tract. And lastly, make sure you're having a bit of fun with this. Especially if you are particularly dysphoric, like this voice training stuff can be a lot. And I'm sure all of you will have encountered somebody that's having a pretty rough time and is really struggling with things. And yeah, we really want to be avoiding doom spiraling. We want to be avoiding that like motivation killing. Really try to have a bit of fun with this because voice is fun. It's this really cool thing. You know, it's kind of crazy that I can make a voice like this and a voice like this. I like a voice like this if I want to go like a really, really crazy, like hyperfem voice. Hey, this is Z from Trans Voice Lessons. I don't remember how she opens her videos anymore. But you like, you know, have a bit of fun with this. We're going to be making a variety of wacky sounds and doing some cool and silly things. So yeah, just try and have a bit of fun. You'll having some fun, not fun, having some fun and just exploring your voice will have you learning so much faster. So yeah, just play with things. Don't up the stakes so crazily. Because by having all of that pressure on yourself, it can make things so much tougher on yourself. So yeah. Cool. Okay, some things to avoid, all right? Spicy food. This first four, by the way, not really that big of a deal. But I'll save them anyway. Spicy foods. Spicy foods contain a molecule called capsaicin. Capsaicin is a mild irritant. So you experiencing that sensation of spice is that mild irritant acting on your tongue. However, you continue to swallow down that mild irritant, which means the vocal tract can get just a little bit inflamed. Super not a big deal, but if you ever had a chili and immediately, like it's so spicy that it makes you cough and choke, that's that irritant, okay, on your vocal tract. So just be careful of that. Don't have anything super spicy right before doing a bunch of voice work. What you do for the rest of the day, I really don't care. This is just something that happens in the moment. But if you're about to do a bunch of voice work, maybe not the best time to be having a what are chilies? I've forgotten all the names of chilies. Scotch bonnet. There you go. That's a spicy one. Yeah, not the best time to be doing it. Put away your Scotch bonnets if you if you have a handful of them right now. Okay. Okay. So, caffeine. If you currently have a Red Bull or a coffee, put it away. Caffeine is a diuretic. So all of that hydration you've worked so hard to bring into your body, it's going to send it straight out again. If you find that you have a coffee and then you have to pee shortly afterwards, there's a reason for that. Caffeine is it's a diuretic. There is a hormone that your body uses called, do I remember its name? ADH, antidiuretic hormone? Yes, ADH. And it gets in the way of that, okay? So your body's natural system for retaining water, it disables, okay? Which means your body just flushes it all out. You don't want that. You want your water. It's important. We're just gone over why. So yeah, avoid caffeine right now. Again, what you do day to day, if you have a coffee in the morning, whatever, you do you. But not right now. And not before doing your voice practices. Skip sugar. Sugar is a similar one to the caffeine. But instead of being a diuretic, it just makes it harder for hydration to leave your blood. If any of you guys have done chemistry stuff or biology stuff, then you'll be familiar with the concept of water potential. Essentially, if you have more sugar in a liquid, then it is harder for that liquid to pass a barrier because it kind of sucks up all the liquid. Yeah, that's the best way. If you don't know about those things, easiest way to conceptualize it is just the sugar soaks up that water, which means it's harder for that water to leave and go wherever else, like your vocal tract. So yeah, again, I do not care what you do throughout most of the day. Just right before doing voice work, a ton of sugar, not a good idea because we're losing out on all that hydration that we just worked so hard to get. Yeah. Okay, those ones I don't really care about that much. Again, don't do them right before voice work, but the rest of the day, it's entirely up to you. The next ones matter a bit more. Obviously, smoking and vaping. Everybody knows this by now. Smoking, vaping is kind of not that good for you. It obviously damages, irritates, causes a lot of issues for the vocal tract. This doesn't mean that you can't feminize, masculize, androgynize your voice as a smoker or a vapor, but it will make it harder. So I do recommend, definitely don't be doing it during and just before voice work. If you can help it, try to moderate the amount that you're having day to day. Obviously, if this is a motivation for you to cut down or to quit, that would be amazing, and I'd love that for you. But yeah, it's a personal decision, and I leave it to you guys. It ain't helping. It's going to make the journey a bit harder. So just, yeah, make that consideration. Okay, last three are kind of common with one another. So strain in the voice, tension. This is kind of what we were talking about before of staying relaxed. Okay, this is the opposite. We want to be avoiding that like tensed up feeling, like when you're like tensing your bicep or whatever. I don't want you feeling that anywhere in your vocal tract. I don't want your neck tensing up. I don't want your tongue tensing up, your jaw tensing up, any of those things. Really want to be avoiding any muscle tension when doing our voice stuff. It should never be happening. No sounds that we're going to produce needs to have any muscle tension whatsoever. In fact, I barely even feel the difference. Like physically, there's not a lot of physical sensation difference between producing a very masculine voice versus a very feminine voice. There's just not a lot of, like, the literal muscle movements are actually really small relative to the other movements that your body does. So you barely actually feel it. There's not a lot of physical effort that goes into this. This isn't like a physically difficult thing to do. Mentally, yeah, it's a whole skill that you need to learn. But physically, it's not that big of a deal. We're not building muscles. We're not using a ton of strength. We're just using precise coordination. Okay? Okay, pain/discomfort. This is the big one. If you are feeling especially sharp pains or burning pains, anything like that, anything that has like a specific, it is in that location or that's like you could point to where it is, that's a big deal. Okay, stop what you're doing. Whatever you just did was you causing some damage. Now, I say it's a big deal, not necessarily if you stop. Okay, you just need to take a little break, come back to it in a day or two when you no longer have that pain going on, and yeah, you just can get back at it. But whatever you did there was wrong. All right? Nothing we should do should ever feel painful or uncomfortable. All right? That's really, really important. If you were to just push through that pain, then we can cause repeated damage, not letting ourselves heal. Eventually we can form nodes, and eventually if you were to really just keep pushing through that pain, those nodes could form into polyps, and polyps have to be removed surgically. Now, I've never had a student ever have that happen, but I don't want any of you guys to be the first, okay? So listen to your bodies. If it hurts, it's wrong, okay? Always, 100% of the time, no exceptions. If it hurts, you're doing something wrong. It's never going to produce the sounds you want, so it's not going to give you what you're after, and it's going to make it so you have to take a break, which means you are not going to be, it's going to take longer to produce to reach your goals because you can't practice for a little while. And if you were to keep going, as I say, you're going to have some much more serious issues. And that will definitely, surgery delays voice work, okay? So yeah, just listen to your body. No ideas of no pain, no gain. Pain is no gain, okay? It's a roadblock, okay? So always avoid pain, always avoid discomfort. The other kind of discomfort you might feel is something similar to, like, if you've been to the gym and you feel like really achy and like that kind of sensation the next day. It's kind of like a spread out sensation over wherever it is you've been working out. This choker just keeps falling down my neck. It's really annoying. I need a new one. Yeah, if you're feeling that kind of sensation, that's not a big deal. That's just some muscle fatigue, okay? You've gone a little bit too hard and you need to take a day off to just relax and recover. It's literally muscle fatigue, and the exact same thing happens when you go to the gym. That said, nothing we do should ever be causing muscle fatigue. So if you're experiencing muscle fatigue often, unless you happen to be somebody who is a vocal underdoer, that's someone who uses their voice so little that literally the vocal muscles have started to atrophy and weaken. We're talking people that speak for like less than an hour, less than half an hour a day, that can't really hold up a 20-minute conversation without needing a break, like physically. Everybody else, if you're finding yourself tired, if you're finding yourself physically fatigued, you're doing something wrong that's not producing the sound you want. It is almost certainly producing a sound that you don't want and you probably don't like. So yeah, nothing should be physically difficult. Certainly nothing should be painful or uncomfortable. Okay? All right, so how does the voice actually work? Okay, this is some cool stuff. We're going to be going over the power source filter model. The idea is essentially, I want you to imagine the air in your lungs is the power for your voice, or like the fuel for your voice, okay? Now that air comes up, enters through your trachea, like your windpipe, okay? And enters into your larynx. Now a larynx is a box of cartilage that's here-ish. Your Adam's apple is a part of that cartilage. And at the bottom of it, well, not at the bottom, but at the lower end of it are your vocal folds. All right. Now these are two little flaps, and they do that. Okay, they open and close really freaking quick. All right. As they do that, as they vibrate, because it's so quick that we would just call it a vibration, that air, that power, or that fuel, starts being vibrated by the vocal folds. Okay. So now we have vibrating air, aka sound waves. All right. So the sound waves continue up the rest of the larynx, but vibrating air continues, and it bounces around as it goes. Each time it hits a wall, it bounces off. All right. And it continues bouncing all the way through the rest of your vocal tract, into your mouth, into your nasal cavity, all of the space, until eventually it exits through your lips. And we call, where we have the vibrating air, okay, the sound waves being produced, we call that the source, because now we have sound, okay? So those vocal folds are the source of a sound, all right? From there, as the sound continues through your vocal tract, bouncing around, resonating around, we call that the filter, all right? Because that filter is why you don't just hear a series of notes from me, a series of tones. You hear words, you hear letters, you hear pronunciations, you hear my accent, you hear all of these different vocal features that make my voice a voice instead of just a series of notes, okay? That's that filter. My tongue is moving around, my mouth is moving around, and all of those things moving are manipulating the way that those sound waves are going to bounce and filtering that sound so that we get the different words that I'm saying to you. Yeah? Does that make a rough amount of sense to people? Anything you need me to go back over there? So air comes up, vocal folds vibrate that air bounces around and kind of takes on the shape of its container. Yeah? And we have like a few different containers. We have like the larynx itself, we have the oral cavity, we have the nasal cavity. These are all things that as we change them, will change the sound. And like mouth stuff is usually where the words are being formed. Okay? A little bit of the nasal cavity as well. All right. Boo. So, why is this relevant to us? Okay? Why am I telling you how your voice works? Well, during puberty, whether you are AFAB or AMAB, some of these things changed. First of all, estrogen does absolutely nothing to your vocal tract during puberty. No effect at all. The only sex hormone that has an effect on your vocal tract during puberty is testosterone. All right? What does it do? First of all, it starts to thicken up those vocal folds, which is going to affect the way they vibrate, which affects the way the air starts vibrating, okay? It's going to make that sound a little bit buzzier, a little bit meatier. It's going to have this like extra mass to it. We have this really, really buzzy kind of a voice, okay? which you're hearing in my voice right now. This is the effect of those vocal folds thickening up. All right. We also have the vocal folds lengthening, which is gonna reduce the pitch by a whole bunch, reduce the pitch by about an octave. More later on why that actually doesn't matter in the slightest. And then the other big thing that happens is that larynx we talked about, that big box of cartilage, okay, that starts to lengthen and it starts to expand. So that's where we now end up with a standard masculized voice. Yeah, that's what testosterone does. AFABs, when they go through puberty, still have some vocal changes happening. That's why they don't sound like children. They just, and it's all the exact same, but because they don't have as much testosterone during that puberty, they don't have as much of a change. So it's all the same set of changes, but if you go for an AMAB puberty, it's significantly more of them. All right, we like dial it up a whole bunch. This is why that larynx lengthening is why, or the lengthening, or I guess descending, as well as expanding, is why that the Adam's apple is visible, because everybody has that part of the larynx. Everybody's got a larynx, everybody's got that lump. It's called the laryngeal protrusion. But if you've experienced AMAB levels of testosterone exposure, then that larynx, that laryngeal protrusion, starts to stick out because it's expanded so much and pushes against the skin, and that's what we call an Adam's apple. So it's just not visible after AFAB puberty. It's still there. Yeah, cool. Does that make sense to people? That filter, by the way, to give you like a further explanation of it. If I get my ukulele, okay. Here's like a basic idea of the power source filter model. Okay, so we have air inside of this ukulele, obviously, because there's air all around me. I'm going to tap on the ukulele. That tapping is the source, because now sound is being produced, and that sound bounces around the body of this ukulele and takes on its shape, okay? Which is why you hear that sound. If I made that filter bigger, so I don't change the shape, I don't change anything about it, I just make it bigger, then we have this sound, okay? Same source, same shape of a filter, just expand, get bigger. We have a much more cavernous, much darker sound, all right? That's the effect of that larynx lengthening, okay? We're going from a sound like this to a sound like this. You can hear my pitch hasn't changed at all. I've just had that change to my larynx height. That filter, okay, the size has gotten bigger or smaller. Yeah? Cool. You started estrogen at 15. Since you already started estrogen, does that mean you'll sound like a child forever? Remember, estrogen has no impacts on your voice whatsoever. It's only dependent on your levels of testosterone exposure. And as you just heard me do, all of these things can be manipulated behaviorally, all right? So the sound change that is produced from the vocal folds thickening, we can change that and just make it sound different again, which we'll go over later, okay? The vocal fold lengthening that creates that pitch change, well, we can just change our pitch, okay? Again, I'll talk later on why actually that's completely, pitch has no bearing on this. Larynx lengthening, again, you can hear, yes, your larynx descends and expands, but you can control your larynx. You can just move back up again with your muscles, okay? Again, that's not, you don't feel that, it's a tiny little adjustment. You're barely even using your muscles. But yeah, we can change all these things behaviorally. So if you're wanting to sound more masculized, okay, or even just less childlike, then we can thicken up those vocal folds a bit, all right? We can lower that larynx a little bit, and we can have a sound more like this. Or if we have a sound more like this, what is my, yeah, okay, this is my original voice. I forgot what it was there. Yeah, if you have a voice more like this, which is what my voice sounds like if I take away all these modifications, if I just adjust where my larynx is at, okay, if I just adjust where my larynx is at, okay, and then I adjust the impact that vocal fold thickening has to make my voice sound softer, all of these things we can do behaviorally. So to answer your question, Chloe, yes, anything that you are wanting to change, you can change. So does anything mean that you'll sound like a child forever? No, because you can adjust all of these sounds. I can sound really childlike if I want to, if you want to have that like child kind of a voice. And I can change that to sound more like myself, and I can change that to sound like a dude, you know? So all of these things are entirely adjustable behaviorally. It's actually quite simple to do so. Let's go into that bit. Any questions, by the way, before we do? Just a check-in of all of you. Are we all following? Is everything making sense so far? Is there anything people need me to go over again real quick? Or do you want me to go straight into how to do these things? How does resonance differ from weight? Easy peasy. So, as we get more into this, we'll start calling these things different names, all right? We'll be naming them based off of the sound that you hear, all right? So that vocal fold thickening kind of makes your voice sound heavier, all right? So we have this kind of a sound where it's a much heavier kind of a sound, yeah? Whereas we have this voice right now, that sounds much softer, much gentler. We'll often call this a much lighter voice, all right? So that's where weight comes into it. Resonance is that filter, okay? Specifically the filter of the larynx. If we have a larger larynx, then we're going to have this larger sound, this darker resonance, okay? We have that large guitar, all right, that we're tapping on. I could literally... Okay? Whereas if I then adjust that larynx and have it more over here, now we have our brighter resonance, or our smaller sound, okay? We're on the ukulele now. Okay? That's very weird to do when you got a choker on. That's resonance versus weight, okay? It's that larynx lengthening versus that vocal fold thickening, right? When you're changing your filter, are you actively moving muscles like a violinist has to move their fingers? How do I answer that question exactly? Okay. A violinist doesn't actively move their fingers exactly. When a violinist is playing the violin, how much do you think they're aware of the muscles in their palm articulating the tendons of their fingers to manipulate where the fingers are? I would say probably not very much, okay? They're just saying finger go there, and then the brain does the rest of it, okay? Just like when I pick up this bottle, I didn't think about any of the muscles involved. I don't go like, I don't even know enough to be able to describe this. I guess it would be like tense muscles of the hand in such a way that manipulates the tendons to grip on the little latch, to pop it up, and then similar things to, I can't even describe it that well, okay? I just go, open bottle, suck in some water, swallow. I never think about the muscles I'm using to do any action with my body at all. It's the same thing with voice, yeah? We're not going to be thinking about any of the muscles themselves. Your brain doesn't work like that. That's not how you control your body. What we're going to be thinking about is the sound itself, all right? I'm giving you all this extra info about how the voice works and how the anatomy works so that you have that wider context, and so that if you go into other learning spaces, you have that extra background so that you can kind of know that what you're being taught is actually accurate. You know, if somebody's telling you, oh, move the sound to your head, what does that mean? The sound is produced at the source. It's always produced at the source. That is the source. Those words don't mean anything. So I want you to be armed with this material and this understanding, so when you go into other spaces, you can kind of have a bit of a bullshit radar. Because that's how it be in voice world sometimes. Is it like the difference between E5 on a bass guitar versus guitar? Yes, exactly. Yeah, same note on a bass guitar versus a standard guitar. But the string could be different. We could have a thicker string, making a slightly buzzier sound. And the bass itself, its filtering, is going to it's a larger filter. Yeah? The sound hole is literally like that chamber is a bigger chamber in a bass versa guitar. Resonance equals larynx position. The higher the apple, the more fem you go. You have to learn how to raise it actively. No. You don't have to learn to raise it actively. Okay, I'm going to save this discussion for a bit in a couple of slides time, because I'll make this really clear for you guys. It'll be much easier to show you in this bit. But you are not actively controlling your muscles. Your brain actually doesn't even do that consciously. That's not really how you control your body. You control it at a more macro level of pick up bottle, open latch, put finger here, at like the most micro. You never think about how to move your muscles, how to really do any of that. You just kind of do it. We actually have a separate system of the brain that deals with those more micro instructions, so that the conscious areas of your brain don't get bogged down with that, and they can focus on other stuff. So you do not need to focus on actively moving something. You focus on changing the sound, all right? Because that's how our brains work. Consciously, we deal with a product. Unconsciously, we figure out how the fuck to do that, all right? So it's not something that you control. It's just parts of your brain that does that for you, okay? All right, so before we go into actually changing your voice, first thing we need to do is get ourselves warmed up. So these are SOVTs, semi-occluded vocal tract exercises. That's a huge, big term, but it's actually really simple when you break it down. So semi-occluded is just a fancy way of saying partially closed. All right. So somewhere in our vocal tract, we have a partial closure as we do an exercise. The idea behind this is basically we have that source, okay, and we have all of that power, that air pushing through it. Well, that's quite a lot of air pressure that your vocal folds are actually under. That's not really a great environment for you to be stretching things out, to be warming things up. So what we do is, as we're using our voice, as that air continues through the rest of your vocal tract and out to your mouth, we make a barrier, okay? A partial barrier. The air hits that barrier and rebounds, now going back down your vocal tract and hitting the vocal folds. So now we have that upwards pressure and that downwards pressure. When two pressures meet, they cancel each other out. So now we have less upwards pressure than we did before. The vocal folds are under less pressure. Does that make sense? We've sort of had like a +2 going up and then a -2, so we just have a +1. We've reduced the pressure. Yeah? How do we produce this barrier? You might be thinking. Well, that's real easy. So my favorite one of these is the lip trill. So your lips have that partial closure because the air hits the lips, and some of it will rebound and some of it will make its way through. Well, there's a whole bunch of these we could do. We could do a V trill. We could do like raspberries. We could do, I don't know what you call that little special bee. It's not like a normal bee, but like a... These have varying levels of difficulty. I recommend the lip trill as the easiest for most people. Yeah, those are pretty good ones. There is always the absolute goat, and that is the bubble phonation, the straw in water. And I have a straw on me, and this is part of a reason why they're not my favorite. But essentially, you can get yourself a container of water. You take your straw, I'm going to say imaginary straw, you pop it in, okay? You want your straw to be a couple of inches in. Wants to be deep enough that you can feel the resistance, but not so deep that it feels difficult, okay? And then you just blow through that straw as you're blowing in, and make some sound through that. So literally you're going to be going like into the straw, which then the air goes into the water, and you're blowing bubbles as you're making a sound. That make a rough amount of sense? Now that's the absolute best one, because the water makes for a perfect barrier for the sound to hit against and some of it to also escape. However, they're just kind of annoying. Like, you're gonna splash a bunch of bubbles everywhere. You have to have a straw on you. You need your bottle to be like the right amount of fill, so you don't end up splashing even more bubbles, because if it's right at the line, you're gonna make a whole mess. You're gonna need a towel to clean up afterwards, because you always are gonna make some amount of splashing. It's just kind of annoying. If you can deal with that, then great. Do those bubble phonations. But if you can't be bothered, like I can't be bothered, and like most people can't be bothered, you can just do the lip trills. They're totally fine. Can I explain about the pressure of a vocal fold? Yeah. So remember, we have air. Remember that power source filter model, yeah? So we have that power, all right, the air pushing up past our vocal folds. Well, all of that air pushing up past our vocal folds, there's quite a lot of air pressure the vocal folds are under. And if they're doing a warm-up, we don't really want them to be under high pressure. We've only just started stretching them out and warming them up, sorry. So we really want to be avoiding having a ton of pressure for them to be under. So what we do to deal with that situation is, as our air continues along, we make a barrier, okay, like our lips, or like that's making a barrier there, or like blowing the bubbles into water. The water becomes your barrier. The air hits that barrier, and some of it rebounds, making its way back down the vocal tract. So now we have that pressure above your vocal folds and that pressure below your vocal folds, and when two pressures meet, they cancel each other out. So now that downwards pressure is cancelling out some of that upwards pressure, making you end up with less pressure for your vocal folds as they're warming up. Does that make sense? Yeah? Good. Why is having less pressure above the folds important? No, sorry, we're trying to produce less pressure below the vocal folds that are pushing up. Yeah? So the original thing here is air coming from your lungs, obviously that comes from the bottom, and pushing up through your vocal folds. And just like any muscle, it's a lot harder to stretch them out and to warm them up when you're like putting a bunch of pressure on them. Like imagine if you're at the gym and you're doing, I don't know, you're doing a bench press, okay? You're doing your bench press. And then I just walk up to you and I just push on your arms, okay, and apply a bunch of pressure. That's not really going to be very good for you. This is going to be an unsafe situation all of a sudden. We really don't want me to walk up to you and push down on your arms as you're trying to work out. All of a sudden, we have a very unsafe situation. It's the exact same thing here. All of that air pressure pushing up while we're trying to stretch them out and warm them up, it's not a good idea. All right? Because remember, there are muscles inside your vocal folds. The muscles like any other muscle in your body. So yeah, we don't want them experiencing a huge amount of air pressure for that reason. Does that make sense? So trying to warm them up safely, and increasing your pressure reduces your safety. Can you explain the trills again? And also, where is everyone sending questions? It's not in the chat. Yes, so you might have missed it at the beginning where I went over this. We have a whole bunch of servers participating in this workshop. So obviously we have my server, Trans Network. Thank you so much for being there. But we also have Trans Voice, we have Rainbow Library, we have the YouTube chat, and we have Diamond's Trans server. So that's 5 different chats that I'm reading questions from. So you want to stretch them and thin them to achieve vocal goals and reducing. This stretching and warming up, it's just to warm up. It's just like any muscle in your body, okay? We're about to do a whole bunch of stuff, so let's get warmed up first, okay? I don't want you going for a run without having warmed up first. I don't want you doing anything with really any of your muscles without warming up first, okay? And the muscles of your vocal tract are no exception. None of this is going to be physically intense for you, but one, You might just do things wrong. In which case you might do something physically intense because you might get it wrong, and like we have to allow for some space for that. 2, by warming up a muscle, it gets more flexible, and we want that flexibility so we can do more. We can make a larger variety of actions. And 3, what was number 3? I don't remember. You want to be warmed up. That's the point. So we're not changing your sound. None of this is going to change your voice. It's just going to prepare you for what actually changes your voice. Yeah? We're just warming up. Just like any other warm-up that you do ever. Like when you, I don't know, you've got a football match or what sports do people play? I played Quidditch, okay? I'm a proper nerd. Before I would play a Quidditch match, I would do stretches because that is an important thing to do. And it's the exact same stuff for here. Okay? You think you're a special kind of neurospicy where you don't understand the why is this important to do and what is physically doing to you and why what do you need to reproduce it consistently, then your mind forgets the instructions. Yeah, just focus on the sound if in doubt. Always, 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 in terms of controlling everything here, just controlling the sound, okay? Can I explain the trills again? And also, oh, wait, I did that earlier. Oh, I didn't actually answer the trills, sorry. The trills, we have a lip trill. That's my favorite one. If you're struggling to figure out how to do that, start off with like do like a cartoon horse sigh, okay, like a. Okay, now try to sustain that and control that. Okay, and now add sound. Now your lips are trilling, okay, and then you just start moving that pitch around. You've got your V trills. It's like the letter V. You can see it on that graph. There's like a whole bunch of them. Really, you want to be going for the, what would be left is this one, right is this one. You want to be on the right side of that graph. The bars closest to me, the ones that are higher up. I'm going to be going for those bigger bars because they're usually going to be the better ones. Not always, but generally. Because they produce better pressure. That little special B, that's the character for okay, which is used in some words that mostly aren't in English. So you could be doing you're doing raspberry. You could be doing again lip trills. Okay, any of those sorts of things. And then the bubble in water is just also straw in water. Put straw in the water. Into the straw. And you're blowing bubbles as you do that. Okay? That makes sense. So, once you're doing whatever lip trill or whatever occlusion you're doing, whatever partial closure you're doing, okay, whatever barrier you're using, from there, we start moving our pitch around and we start stretching, okay? So I'm just slowly increasing the amount I'm moving my pitch as I slowly warm up those vocal folds. All right? So I'm going a little bit higher each time and a little bit lower in pitch, and then a little bit higher still, and a little bit lower still, and a little bit higher still, and a little bit lower still, and I'm going all the way out until eventually I go the highest pitch I can go and the lowest pitch I can go. All right? Steadily making our way as we go to get ourselves warmed up for the next step. Yeah? Is there any reason to alternate types of trills or negative to only doing one type of trill? No, you can do one type of trill. I just give a variety of, in case people struggle with a particular one. So you have a number of options. Again, lip trill is what most people prefer. If you're struggling with lip trill, if the issue is the lips like stopping, put a little bit of pressure on your cheeks. You'll find that makes it much, much easier. That pressure in your cheeks just helps stabilize the pressure in your mouth. To help, the hands instantly helped. Yeah, it helps a lot. Just pushing in your cheeks just a little bit, and that will massively help you to help stabilize a lot of the stuff. Okay. Does all these softies have equal efficiency, or is there one that is better? Yes, the bubble phonations are the absolute best. Lip trills probably close second, but they're all good enough, and they'll all be completely fine. Avoid this lower end of a graph. So like that M is you humming, or the N, or they're not really very good. But if we go on this other end of a scale, lip trills, really good. Straw and water is absolutely the best, hands down. Straw and water is just very inconvenient for people, which is why I generally recommend a lip trill. If you're my student and I set you 5 bubble phonations a day, you'll not do them. But if I set you 5 lip trills a day, you will do them. Because just bubble phonations are annoying and finicky, and you need a straw, you need water, and you're going to have a mess afterwards. It's just annoying. So if you feel up to doing the bubble phonations, 100% do those. But if you're feeling a bit lazier, which I usually am, stick with the lip trills. They're completely fine. You only do 5 seconds of lip trills. Why? What happens? Give me more information. I can give you some guidance. Have you tried popping your fingers on your cheeks and pushing a little bit? Is that making any difference? Is it the lips that are stopping to trilling, or is it the sound that's cutting out itself? Like, is it sounding like this? Or is it more like... where the sound itself is cutting out instead of your lips stopping? Yeah? Like if you're going... Sorry. If it's that issue, that's a different issue. That would be the sound. It becomes a standard blow instead of a trill. Yeah, okay. Fingers. Fingies. That'll help you out. And that's just going to be a technique thing. You also become out of breath. Stop using so much breath. If you're running out of breath, if you're going like... if you're like pushing out a ton of air, then yeah, it's going to be harder to maintain that lip trill. You want it to be just a standard amount, like when you're talking. Instead of... Yeah, because you're just going to run out of air. Okay. And if you're really struggling, by all means try, like the V trills are pretty easy. They're just harder to keep stable. But I do normally use the V trills as a backup for people that just can't lip trill. I have found Germans seem to struggle a bit more with lip trills, which partly seems to be because it literally, the instruction means something different in German as you translate it. Like lip trill means a different sound to what I'm producing, apparently, in a direct German translation, which gets confusing for people. So I always find Germans struggling with that one in particular. You had problems with the first workshop until you helped me? Yeah. Yeah, that's valid. Yeah, Chimera, by all means, go for the V-trills again. V-trills, literally, like the letter V, okay? Yeah, just literally like the letter V, and you're moving up and down in pitch as you're doing it. Yeah, just like sustain that letter V. Any other questions? Once we get through all these questions, you're all going to give it a go, or at least those that are down to unmute. Your lip trills just died when you go to higher sounds. Sound goes off, but the lips stop. The sound goes off, but the lips stop to trill. Was that meant to be two separate things? Like the sound doesn't go off, the lips stops to trill? Or the lips carried on trilling, but the sound got off? Or is it both? And partly yes, like if you're just doing these for the first time, like obviously a little bit of practice is going to help you too. V-trills are still difficult because of breath. If you're running out of breath super quick, you're probably just putting too much air into it. Okay, ease off a little bit and try that. Okay, if you're putting a ton of air into this, that's not necessary. All right, you want to ease off. Okay. Oh, lips stop trilling. Okay, yeah, fingies. Try the fingies. That's gonna be your first point of call if lips are stopping trilling. Also, if people are particularly struggling with any of the others, the bubble phonations are really easy. The water helps stabilize you in a wonderful way. And the way the straw is going to help you to control your airflow better. So the lip trills kind of take a lot of the thinking out of it. So you can kind of get a feel for how you should be moving your pitch in a better manner, which you can then translate to all the other ones. So if you're really struggling, try out the bubble phonations because there's a reason why they're the best. They are good. Ooh, good question. Why would 30 seconds of softies, half a dozen times a day, help you do vocal lessons or exercise after the softie is completed? Yes, very good question. So there's a few bonus benefits that come from softies in particular. That's why we use softies as our warm-up because they're just absolutely goated. The best thing ever. Softies, one, as you get better at them and as you practice them, they're going to teach you to move your pitch in a really safe and good manner. Okay, so they're going to teach you really good vocal technique. All right. Main thing is they're going to teach you to not push super hard as you're going to higher pitches. So if you find that at a high pitch, the sound cuts out a lot, you're probably pushing to reach those higher pitches. Okay, so I don't want you going like if I just, to make it clearer to you, if I just go like, excuse me, I don't want you doing that. Okay, I want really nice, gentle. Okay. Nice and gentle. Okay, ease off as you go to those high pitches. All right. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for at you guys. So the softies help teach you that. Okay, because usually something goes wrong if you are pushing too hard. It has like a sort of, it's like a safety built-in feature. Like it stops instead of you getting hurt, which is nice. We like that. Softies also, for the people that are vocal underdoers, that will help you build a little bit of muscle back. For everybody else, it won't. It's just for people, if you are lacking vocal muscle, if your vocal muscles are weak from just literally not using your voice enough, then it will bring you back up to baseline. You're not going to get like a super shredded voice. That's like something for people that are like super advanced singers or people that stream for like 7 hours a day that just use their voice a ton. But what it will do is bring you up to the baseline, which is important. And that's all we need for what we're doing, because I'm teaching you to talk different. I'm not teaching you to, sing whatever crazy, insane thing you're looking to sing. Softies help train navigating the transition between M1 and M2. Kind of. The transition between M1 and M2 actually doesn't matter that much. Like if you go like, it doesn't actually matter at all. Many people do that. Women do that, men do that, NBs do that. It doesn't really matter. There's nothing like gendered about it. Although you do find that AMABs during puberty, or I guess even AFABs, people having testosterone exposure and their voice breaking, you do get a lot of that. That's just in that moment. Everybody has M2 breaks and stuff. M1, M2, M3 is not an intuitive beginner's voice training concept. Don't worry about it. So M1 is just me talking right now. This is M1. It's kind of like normal voice. Okay. M2 is kind of me talking right now. Think of this as like a falsetto-y kind of a thing. And then don't worry about M3 right now. This is a whistle register. It's crazy high. We'll talk about that more a little bit. So for asking how long do these streams last, because you need to go soon, hours. We are near the beginning right now, so it will be lasting for a while, Chloe. If you miss some stuff though, this is live streamed, so you'll be able to rewatch the VOD. If you head over to youtube.com/@trans_network, You'll be able to rewatch as much as you'd like to. And all the past workshops are there as well. So you can rewatch a billion times if you want to. You can sleep to my explanations. In fact, please do. That'll be some really good watch time. Boost the algorithm. Any more questions? But yeah, there is no set end time. It depends on how many questions we got. Chat seems to be really active today, which is really, really cool. You're all asking lots of really good questions. So I'm taking the time to explain them all. And yeah, so I can predict this is going to be a long workshop because you guys are being brilliant and you're asking loads of questions. When doing softies to glide upwards and increasing pitch, should we go over our break into falsetto? Yeah, so into your M2. I call it M2 instead of falsetto just because falsetto, technically that's a singing style. It implies some other stuff. But yes, you should be going up into that voice, okay? Listen to me really carefully. Yeah, you can hear me going into that voice, into that M2. That falsetto. I don't mind you calling it falsetto. Just don't call it head voice. People that are hearing head voice in their head, ooh, that's a bad word. It's not in your head. I just told you how saucy your voice is. Yeah, head voice and chest voice. Yeah, bad words, evil words. They imply things that are made up. Any more questions? I see people have lots of questions today. About vocal exercises, is singing a viable option or will it cause unnecessary amount of stress? So think about what we talked about earlier. Why are we doing these? We have a lot of air pressure and that air pressure needs reducing. So we need that barrier forming. If we're just singing, we don't have that barrier, so we're under all of that pressure. So yes, we're exercising and stretching things out, but we're doing so under a high amount of pressure, or I guess exactly as you put it, a high amount of stress, okay? So best to warm up before doing your singing, yeah? That way you're warmed up fully and more prepared for when you then have that pressure returning, okay? Cool, I see no more typing. I assume that's all questions there. So let's give this a go, okay? Everybody that is down to unmute, go ahead and do so. No pressure if you do not wish to unmute, but this is your opportunity for me to be able to hear as we all do this together, okay? A reminder, we are live streamed to YouTube right now. They'll be able to hear you, but they can't see who you are or anything. They just see what you see on my screen. Cool, so everybody that is down to unmute, do so now. And then you can, whichever softy you're doing, you can do so, and we'll do them together. I'll give people a second to hit their unmute buttons. Okay, nice. All right, all together, okay? Nice, nice. That sounded pretty good. I heard a variety of different trills there. Well done. Okay, everybody remute yourselves. I think I could hear somebody that was struggling to maintain it, and it sounded like that air, I don't know who it was exactly because we had a whole bunch of people, it sounded like that they were going just like, sounds like it was just too much air going through. So for that person, whoever you are, I'm sure you know who you are, try easing off the air that you're putting into this. Don't put as much force in, okay? None of this needs to be forceful, okay? Cool, sick. Maybe you missy, maybe, I don't know. Outing yourself just like that. All right, cool. So in terms of the way you use these, okay, as I was saying, this is to build some really good vocal hygiene. This is to build some really good vocal coordination and vocal technique, okay? If you are brand new to voice work, I want you to spend the next 2 weeks just doing these, okay? Stick with these for a couple of weeks. And I want you to doing them several times a day for 30 seconds, a minute, a few minutes, however long it takes you to do a full set. Okay? A full set is like this. And you keep going until you hit the further ends of your pitch range. You should be trying some of these at home if you're not already. Now skip ahead to my maximum pitch range, okay? Going as high as I can and as low as I can. Okay, for the max range ones, you might need to take a big breath and move pretty quick so you don't run out of breath, because that's just quite a long time to make a sound for. And then once you've got that maximum like spread of your pitch, okay, as high as you can go and as low as you can go, I like to add a little bit at the end of each, where we do another pair, just two more, where we add a siren at each end. Siren is literally just wiggle your pitch up and down. Kind of sounds like this. Okay, and then the same thing at the bottom. Okay, to give that full extra stretch. All right, and those are our softies. So do those several times a day for your first couple of weeks to get yourself in a really nice and healthy space, ready to do the real stuff. All right. Bonus little thing with softies: if you experience morning voice and you have issues there, if you find your voice is just harder to control on a morning, totally normal. As your body produces mucus, as we talked about earlier, okay? As your body produces mucus, normally we have those cilia pushing them up so you can then swallow it down. But when you go sleepies, you stop doing that. You don't swallow it in your sleep, obviously. And you also, those cilia become much less active. So by using our voice a whole bunch, we increase our blood flow, we get those cilia going, which push all of that mucus away, so that we can then swallow it down. Because obviously it's all built up overnight. As you've been breathing in dust and stuff, it's getting claggy, so you have all of this gross claggy mucus. That's why you get morning voice. It's why you can't really move as much during the mornings. Just do a bunch of softies, it'll totally clear it up and you'll be completely fine. If morning voice is an issue, use softies to get rid of them. Real easy. Some people do feel some sense of vibration in various parts of their body in connection with certain vocal configurations, but it's not consistent. It's not a good way to tell how you're doing. Yes, vibrations basically mean nothing, because they can mean completely different things to different people. So like some people will feel vibrations moving from their chest to their head as they go higher in pitch. Some people will feel it going from their head to their chest as they go to a higher pitch. So everybody has different things because bodies are different shapes and stuff. So you can't rely on vibrations to really mean anything, because they mean completely different things for different people. And like there's no way that anybody else could know what it is that is the correct thing. Just rely on the sound. The sound is what you can control. Okay, all right. Let's move forward. Our first thing, we're changing the sound of your voice. All right? Bit you've all been waiting for. So, this is the concept of weight or quotient. Okay? As your vocal folds thickened up, remember, changes the sound. All right? Now, the specific way that it changes it is as your vocal folds thicken, but when they're doing their normal thing, okay, to produce that sound, we have that closing and opening and closing and opening and closing and opening, blah, 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 over and over and over again. Think of those as individual cycles, okay? Closed, open, closed. And that repeats itself. Okay? Fun little fact, the faster it goes, the higher the pitch. Literally, like, if you see pitch being measured in hertz, that's how many of those cycles you had in 1 second. So like 220 hertz, A3, A2. That is literally your vocal folds going from closed, open to closed again, 220 times in 1 second. Okay, and that's how you produce that high pitch. Now, if we thicken up those vocal folds, then they're going to spend more time, naturally, they're going to spend more time closed compared to before. All right? So we've increased the amount of time they spend closed in that closed, open, closed cycle. So our percentage of closed time has increased. All right? That increase in that closed percentage, okay, or that closed quotient, some people might be familiar with that term, that increase in that closed quotient is going to be producing that buzzier, heavier voice. So when we say weight, we're talking about literally it sounds heavier, okay, or it sounds lighter. It sounds like a particular weight, just perceptually. If we're talking about quotient, we're talking about like what is actually mechanically happening here. So if we increase the closed quotient, we get buzzier. If we reduce the closed quotient, or conversely increase the open quotient, then we get lighter, okay, and gentler. Does that make sense? Quotient is just a maths term. It's just like a percentage represented as like a value out of 1. So like instead of saying 30%, we say or like instead of 30% closed quotient, we say a closed quotient of 0.3. That would be 30%. And if you've got 0.3 closed quotient, necessarily you have 0.7 open quotient because they both add up to 1. Yeah? Because it's just the amount of time you spent closed, open, closed. If that's represented as 1, then we can just do like a little decimal for each, whether it's closed or open. That makes sense? So again, that sound change that is produced from us changing that, increasing that time closed, is going to be like this, or that percentage of time closed is going to be more like this, okay? We have that buzzier, kind of rougher, heavier kind of a voice, or buzzier, whatever word you want to use to describe this. It's a very different sound to this sound right now. You might call this gentler, lighter, softer. Any of those kinds of words would be totally fine. If I was to do that over here, right now I have that rougher, buzzier kind of a voice. And right now I have that softer, gentler, that kind of a voice, okay? That lighter weight, that heavier weight. That lighter weight, that heavier weight. Yeah, does that make sense? Do you hear the difference that we're talking about right now? Even if you didn't understand any of that quotient stuff, doesn't really matter. It's just in case you run into that term. What's important is that you hear the sound difference, okay? And that you can tell that when I make it sound like this, and then I make it sound like this, oh, we're talking about that scale, that particular variable. Whatever you call that variable, doesn't matter. What's important is that you're hearing this compared to this, and this is the variable that we're talking about, okay? That's the scale, right? Is opening of a quotient the same thing as being more breathy? No. Breathiness is air leakage. So if my closures don't really close very well, then some air is going to leak out that hasn't been phonated. It's not had that source, okay? It's just air without sound, non-vibrating air. That's breathiness, okay? So remember, right now, or listen, right now, my voice is a lighter, gentler, whatever word you want to use here. Right now, I have a breathier voice. Do you hear how this is a very different thing to my voice right now? Yeah? I could even, like, if I go to a heavier voice and then I have a bunch of air going through that breathier voice, you can still hear that there's all of that buzziness going through it, but we also have all of that breathiness there. So it's just a separate variable entirely. Yeah? It's air leaking out while we're doing those cycles. Okay? For those that like to read papers and stuff and like sciencey stuff, technically that would be more abduction to be breathier. Okay. Also, hi Mihagi in the YouTube chat. You like the term zippery to describe the quality of high vocal weight? Yeah, you can use whatever terms you want. Zippery is kind of cool. I kind of like that. I get where you're going with that. Again, you'll hear a lot of people being like, this is the term for this. And I think that's all nonsense. So long as we're talking about the same thing, I don't care what word you use. So long as it's the difference between this voice right now and this voice right now, then it's fine. I don't care what word you use for that. Sounds more nasally, but you believe it has nothing to do with speaking through nose. Yes, correct. Now, it sounds nasally, but only because the voice world and culture in general is very confused about what nasality even is, okay? Nasality is actually... it's been a little minute.
Okay, if I can't talk like this is me talking very, very nasal. You can hear it has this kind of like trombone effect. It has this much darker kind of sound.
Yeah, that's nasality, okay? Think like Minecraft villager. We have all that air coming through the nose. Or like, what's that cartoon thing? Charlie Brown? That's a cartoon that exists, right? And we have that the teacher sat talking with the trombone thing. Okay, that's nasality. All right. There's also hyponasality, where we get rid of all the nasality, and that sounds like a bunged up nose. Okay. If I can't talk like this is me sounding hyponasal. Or if I just really go like this, obviously it sounds a little bit different because the air is still going to the nasal tract. It's just not being able to escape. But yeah, this kind of like blocked nose kind of a sound. This is me using hyponasality. So the lack of nasality, okay? Zero nasality. Does that make sense? So those are all nasal tract things. This is nothing to do with any of that, okay? Nasality isn't air escaping through the nose? Yes, it is. Yes. Nasality is the air, instead of going out through your mouth, it goes through your nose. Not entirely, because otherwise you wouldn't be able to like change the words. If you go like fully nasal, it would just be and you wouldn't really be able to vary much from that. Like, it'd be like that's me talking fully nasal. Obviously, you can't make words because it's not going through the mouth. There's no tongue involved. That's like 100% nasality. But usually you'll have like a bunch of nasality, not so much of it. There's no articulation happening. But the point is, you don't need to understand nasality in depth. This is not nasality. So you've heard those sounds.
This is me talking kind of nasal.
Oh, this is me talking hyponasal, where I'm completely blocking off the vocal tract. So there's those two sounds to do with the nasal tract. And here's me using my heavier voice, okay? Or here's me using a heavier voice. Do you hear how this, or do you hear how this? They're the same thing, okay? But none of this has anything to do with nasality. It's none of those sounds that we just went over. Instead, it's this lack of buzziness, where we have this gentle sound, or this increase in buzziness, where we have this heavier sound.
This lack of buzziness, where we have this gentler sound, or this increase of buzziness, where we have this rougher, more aggressive sound.
Okay? That's weight, all right? Or quotient, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah? Cool. Okie dokie. All right, let's have a play with this then. Let's teach you guys how to do it. So, there are a bunch of exercises here. I'm thinking about just removing them from the slide because most of them suck. The one in here that's good is the pitch hill / pitch trough. This is what I use with my students. But the other ones you'll come across sometimes. So for a pitch hill, first thing to know, pitch and weight have a kind of connection with one another in that it's much easier to get to higher pitches with a lighter weight. It's much harder to get to, or it's impossible to get to the lowest pitches without increasing the weight. If you think about, remember, pitch is the speed that we spend like going through our glottal cycles, okay? Opening and closing, vibrating, faster vibration, higher pitch. So you think if we're spending less time closed, we can speed things up because we can just kind of tap, yeah? So as we get to our highest pitches, it's much easier if we get to lighter weights. And for the lowest pitches, we have to have heavier weight. So we can take advantage of this. We can use that pitch as like a little slider to help move our weight and then put the pitch back again while keeping the weight as it is. This kind of sounds like this. So we start off with a low pitch, heavier voice, okay? And then we're going to slide our pitch up while we start losing some of that weight, okay? Try to slide up in pitch, nice and gentle, all right? You'll hear when your voice is lightening, it'll be really obvious, all right? Do you hear how all of that buzziness completely left my voice as I went to that higher pitch? Now I'm nice and gentle, but my voice kind of sounds weird. It's this really high pitch. And you'll notice I've actually gone all the way into my M2, into my falsetto kind of a voice. That's totally fine, by the way. If you go all the way up into your M2, it's totally fine, don't worry about it. If you have a hard break there, just don't get distracted by it. It doesn't matter at all. Like if you go like, that's fine. You still got to a light space. So that's all I'm after. Okay? But the problem when we're over here is now we have a very, very different voice to probably any voice you normally hear. So we have that lightness, but we've got that pitch change as well. So we're going to hold on to that lightness while we come back down in pitch again. All right, this is the tricky bit. So now I've kept that light and gentle sound while also making sure that while also coming back down in pitch to a normal pitch level. All right, just a normal pitch for speaking. Yeah, that's what we're going for. If you're trying to lighten your weight specifically, if you're trying to get heavier weight, we'll go over that in a minute. But if you're trying to lighten your weight, that's how you do it. All right, use pitch to help you, and then put your pitch back again, so that at the end, all we've actually done is made a weight adjustment, because all of that pitch change we had, we then took it away again. So pitch in the end hasn't moved, weight has moved. Does that make sense? You guys should be giving it a go at home right now. Now, if you do go up into your M2, into your falsetto, into if you're kind of over here at the top end and you kind of sound like this, that's completely fine. But we need to be back down to our normal speaking, our M1, when we do the pitch slide down, okay? So you need to be back at a normal speech when we go back down, all right? And you'll achieve that by just going to your normal pitch anyway, so you don't really need to worry about it too much. Again, if you have a hard break between your M1, your M2, between your normal voice and your like falsetto voice, that's fine. I don't mind it at all. Try not to let it distract you, but you can just ignore it and just keep going, okay? So if you're like, so long as you end up gentle at the end, I don't care, all right? The downwards one can be a little bit tricky to navigate because it can sound like your weight kind of goes everywhere and like you are just adjusting a bunch of things, so everything goes a bit everywhere. If you can make sure you get that weight as you're coming to the M1 into your normal speaking, I don't care. And if you're struggling with that, just practice, yeah? And this all comes down to practice. So once you do your drill, you then take that into some speech. And then I try to take this voice and maintain that gentle sound as I go into some talking. You can talk about your day. You can talk about, I don't know, your favorite video game. You can talk about what you've been doing at school or work or whatever you do. Just talk to yourself for a little bit. I would prefer you to avoid reading. I would strongly prefer you to avoid reading. And I would strongly prefer you to avoid like rehearsed lines. We all love a good heat from fire, fire from heat. We all love that. However, when we're doing rehearsed lines, we're getting really good at that line. And it doesn't really transfer very well to other stuff. When we're reading, we're getting really good in our reading voice. It doesn't really transfer well to other stuff. But if you just practice talking, then you're getting really good at talking. And it much more easily transfers to everything else, because ultimately it's all talking when we're using our voice. Yeah? So really stick with your practice just being talk about whatever. Just literally whatever. Talk about, I don't know, how does an Xbox work? How do computers work? How do, what's your favorite color? Why? What food you like? How do you make spaghetti? You know, literally just talk about anything. What does your dog like to do at 2:00 on a Saturday evening? What? 2:00 evening? No, afternoon. Literally talking about anything. Okay. Any questions about those pitch hills? Or about any of this weight stuff we've gone over so far? It's going to be a long workshop, I can feel it. I might pick up the pace a bit. I see questions typing. Remember, make sure that you are not confusing me talking like this with breathiness, and don't you confuse you talking like this with talking like this, which is gentle, but it's not breathy. Yeah? Would you end up the glide at your normal speaking pitch or the target pitch? Your normal is low. You're told to start talking at A3. That is bad advice. You talk whatever pitch you want to talk at. Now, I did say earlier, it is impossible to get to lower pitches or the lowest pitches without a heavier weight. So if you have a really crazy low pitch voice, then you might need to raise your pitch up a little bit just to accommodate for this weight shift. But if it's not to accommodate for the weight shift, you do whatever you want with your pitch. Okay? If I was to actually just switch between my masculine and my feminine voice, you just heard, I didn't actually change a pitch at all as I was moving through the two. I literally am just continuing my ordinary pitch pattern. Nothing's changing the slightest to do with pitch as I'm moving between these two. It's all the other stuff, okay? Pitch really doesn't matter almost at all. I'll give a more detailed explanation of that near the end, just so that people can have time to focus on the important things. But yeah, whatever pitch you want to go for. G3 is quite popular. People seem to like that one. If you're just struggling to think of something, but also you could just keep it the same if you want to. That's what I did. That's what lots of people do. So if you're super low, if you're okay, if your voice is all the way over here, in fact I'm still reasonably light. Okay, if your voice is all the way down here, then you can hear I kind of have to be quite heavy to be using this voice right now. This is going to be a little bit too low. Yeah, for almost everybody, you don't need to worry about it at all. Can vocal weight be measured on graphs? No, I'm afraid not. The only thing that can be measured realistically is pitch. Technically, there are ways you can kind of measure vocal weight using spectrograms, but they're not great. It's very inconsistent and it's very difficult. You have to learn how to do it, which is a whole skill of its own. And even so, it's not a super consistent thing. You'd be much better, way better in everything we do. Focus on the sound, okay? I know you can hear the difference between my voice right now and my voice right now. These are very, very different sounds that you're hearing compared to this voice right now and this voice right now. Yeah? This is a very, very different voice. That's what you want to focus on, okay? And even play with the drill, all right? You'll hear both of those sounds in your voice. G3 tells you nothing without context. G3 is a pitch, okay? So just type into YouTube G free tone. It is a pitch. It is a note. So it's the note G in the third octave. G free is about like I think. Let me get my little note player thingy. What does G free sound like? Did I get it right? Oh, I'm tiny bit flat. I was one note off. This is a G free. That's quite a popular one, I find. My voice, if you're wondering, is somewhere around F sharp free, like F3, F sharp free, around that kind of an area. Yeah. Is that light glide down the same thing as a princess sigh? I do not know what a princess sigh is. Maybe. If a princess sigh is like, then kinda. They've got a lot of similar elements. If you wanted to skip the first bit and just go straight to the starting high and going lower, that's fine. But I prefer people to have that beginning bit so they have that comparison. Because like, it's harder to really get a vibe for what weight is when you only hear one version of it. Like if I just say like, hey, this is a lightweight. I don't know what a heavyweight is. It doesn't really give you much to go off. And it's useful to hear it in your own voice so you know what's happening. And so you can more consistently target for right sound. So if you go through the full thing, making sure to keep that gentle sound as you go through, then that's going to help you. Because you have that two comparisons at both the start and the end of a drill. Yeah? All right, let's talk about the alternate version of this. And by means, if you have more questions, keep typing them. And I'll answer them after I get through this bit. So if you are going the other direction, you're trying to get heavier with your voice, all right? We're going to do basically the opposite drill. We're going to go down in our pitch, get that heavier weight, and scoop it up. Remember, a lower pitch requires a heavier voice. So if you just keep going lower and lower and lower in pitch, get as low as you possibly can, you will be at a heavier weight. You can't not. All right? So as I go down in pitch, okay, that's me going as low as I can. And you can hear at one point, everything went a bit weird. All right? We call that weird area the grave extension. Okay? Grave extension features a bunch of vocal fry. That's this kind of a sound, this kind of cracking that's happening, and a bunch of heavier weight. All right? So listen for those again. Okay? We have all of those sounds, that weird sludgy sound. Once you get down there, identify the heavy weight within it, the all right, and try to pull that back up in pitch. All right, so the full thing would be and now I have all of that heavier sound in my voice, but I've pulled up from that grave extension. All right. If in doubt, just go as low as you can. You will end up heavier there, and then bring that heaviness back up. Now, if you're brand new to it, you're probably going to be something more like this. And then you have all of this fry, as well as having all of this buzzy sound. If you have that, don't worry about it. Okay? As a beginner, I don't mind you bring that fry up with you. In time, I'd like you to be able to separate the two and take that fry away so you just have, you have that really buzzy kind of a sound. But for now, I don't mind it too much. By all means, as a beginner, let that fry sneak up with it. And as you get more experienced with it, then start trying to separate the two. Okay? But get the drill down first before you try to do that. Don't try to skip ahead before you're ready. Does that make sense to everybody? I don't know if we have any masculizers here today, or if you are AFAB but you're androgenizing, that is masculizing, you just stop sooner. And in terms of that, it's literally just we acquire the skills as if we're masculizing, and then as we get good at everything, we tweak and get it to more of an androgynous level. Yeah, does that make sense in terms of the pitch trough? Does it help to do the pitch hill drill and then practice swapping between heavy and light a few times without using the drill? Not really. I would say just stick to the drill, okay? Practice. Oh, sorry, that's my alarm to tell me to give my dog her medication. My boyfriend will do it, don't worry. It's just like a backup. For practice, just stick with drills. And everything we're doing, just stick with the drill. Stick with the drill until you're so good at it that you don't need the drill, that it's just pointless at that point, okay? This is going to be, you're going to be months in at that point. Really, if in doubt, just be using the drill all the time, all right? Because that's going to help you get it really consistent and really accurate, so that when you are more ready, every time you've been doing it, you've always been doing it right, because the drill makes it, so you always do it right, okay? So stick with the drill. You'll know that you don't need the drill once you don't need the drill, okay? If you need to ask, you need the drill, all right? So always stick to using the drill. Don't try to abandon it until you're ready to, and you'll know when that is, okay? The thing that is helping you build the muscle memory isn't you trying to do it outside the drill. It's you practicing your voice after the drill, okay? That's a bit that's the actual practice bit. The drill just sets you up, and then you practice, okay? So, and then as I continue talking like this now, and I maintain that heavier voice, this is me practicing. As I just talk and I try my best to maintain it. And then if I notice it's starting to lose, oh, I'm starting to lose, oh fuck, I've started to lose it. Okay, re-drill. Okay, I've got it back again. We'll continue going. I'll continue with whatever it was that I was saying in my practice. And then whenever I notice it falling off again, I re-drill. And you just re-drill every time you start to notice yourself losing the modification. Just as soon as you notice it, re-drill, all right? So it's softies to warm up, drills to practice technique. Yep, perfect. That's absolutely correct, yeah. Spot on. And again, if it's your first 2 weeks, just stick with the softies before moving on, okay? And then after your 2 weeks, it just becomes a warm-up for when you're doing the real Z stuff to practice. It's like the you're turning stuff on so that you're then ready to do stuff. Okay, you're like turning on your voice. That's for softies. Any other questions? This is clearly going to be a longer workshop, so I'm going to skip over the other exercises. They're just not as good, frankly. But you might have heard ones where it's like the common one is you got a baby and you're going ah of a baby, or ah of a baby when it like throws up or whatever. That's gonna be ah. That's a lighter sound. Ah, that's a heavier sound. I'm not a huge fan of that because it just relies on mimicry and like vibes, basically. Like if you don't normally do that when you're interacting with a baby, then it's probably going to be really weird for you to do because you're basically just copying me. It's not something that you intuitively do. Whereas the pitch hill, it works for everybody. So by all means, play around with any of the other weight stuff you come across. It's usually going to be something along the lines of like, hey, if you do a voice like this, you'll notice it has a lighter weight. And then if you do a voice like this, you'll notice it actually has a heavier weight. And that's great if that's how you do those voices, which not everybody does. Not everybody does lighter weight when they do cutesy sounds. Some people do, but not everybody does. So yeah, that's why I'm not a huge fan of those ones. But they can still be good, and if they are intuitive to you, they can be great. But the pitch hills, pitch trough, they're universal, works for everybody. How many different kinds of drills can we combine? Or should we master one kind of drill before moving to another? Just stick with one. And when I've got all these different exercises, you pick the one that works best for you. Okay? Generally, I would say, if in doubt, stick with pitch ones. It's, in my opinion, the best one because it's so universal. So just stick with that. Okay? How much softies should we practice a day? So during your 2 weeks, I want you doing that several times a day for 30 seconds to like a few minutes. However long it takes you to get through a full set, basically. Excuse me. After that, you're just doing them as a warm-up. So just before you practice, whenever you practice, you just do like a minute or so of them. I don't even mind for shorter practices if you skip them entirely. Although if it's a morning practice, always do your softies to deal with a morning voice situation. Past that, all practices should be 1 to 5 minutes, several times a day. What is the 2 weeks you keep mentioning? Is that a course you teach? No. Like, just let's say today is the first day of your feminization journey, or your masculinization or androgenization. You've started today, okay? That's day 1. You're going to start doing your softies. And from there, 2 weeks, okay? It's just like literally the first 2 weeks of your vocal journey. Like, hey, we're going to start doing this for realsies now. We're going to take this seriously. I'm going to start off 2 weeks of softies, and then I'm going to do weight stuff, okay? It's literally just spend 2 weeks doing softies, like several times a day for however long it takes you to do a full set of them. Yeah, and then it's move on to weight. It's actually, if you're feminizing, move on to weight. If you're masculizing, move on to size, the next bit, and then you both swap. And for this, there is no time thing. It's just until you master it, okay? Once you are flawlessly getting a lightweight every single time you do this drill, drill's easy for you, keeping a light voice after the drill is easy, it's consistent. You set yourself up with a drill, and then you just go, and you don't slip at all, everything's perfectly consistent, then you're ready to move on, okay? So the amount of time will literally vary for everybody. It just depends on how easily this particular concept comes to you. So there is no like fixed time for how long it takes to get good at something. It just depends on you. Depends on how much you practice. Depends on how intuitive it is to you. It's just totally dependent. And yeah, practice from this point onwards should be several times a day for 1 to 5 minutes. I don't want you spending like an hour practicing. You can spend like however long you need to figure something out. Like if you're figuring out how to do the pitch hill, yeah, spend as long as it takes to get like doing a pitch hill. But once you are able to do it, then you're practicing it afterwards. And the practice is, 1 to 5 minutes, several times a day. Reasoning for it being shorter is when we're building muscle memory, our gains come at the beginning because it comes every time we make a mistake. Notice that mistake and fix that mistake. We've built that connection, okay? And we start building that muscle memory. Beyond that, just going over and over and over again doesn't really do much for us. So after 5 minutes, give yourself a break. I also don't want you like burning out, okay? And that's why we do it. Instead of doing for one big sit down, we break that up into lots of little sit downs, all right? With everything voice, the principle of little and often is what I want you to be applying, okay? Does that make sense to everybody? Any questions about practice and how that works? In fact, fill the chat with all your questions. I need the toilet. I'll be right back. And just to do this. Boop. Now you can't hear me. Okay, I'll be right back.
I think this is a recorded stream.
Hello, hello, hello. Oh, wait, you can't hear me. Wait, can you hear me? Testing, testing, 1 2 1 2. Testing, testing, 1 2. Wait, you can't hear me. Can you hear me? You can hear.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, weird. Okay. It did mute before properly, didn't it? Right? You just heard me go to the toilet, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's weird. My voice meter seems to be bugged. It's not displaying properly. But, oh well, that's fine. As long as it muted properly and as long as it's not muted now, then that's fine. Weird. It should be doing a little bar that goes up and down when I talk. But, oh well, whatever. Whatever. Technology. I love it. Okie dokie. Alright, let me get caught up. Were there any questions that happened while I was at the toilet? How can people support your work? Oh my gosh, that is a good question. Yo, Beth, thank you for asking the question of Zara, you need to plug yourself. If you want to support what we do, the best place to go, if you want to financially support, would be the Ko-fi. ko-fi.com/transnetwork. You can either send donations or you can subscribe for a monthly support thing. And occasionally I send videos over there. It's not really meant for I don't like to paywall content. It's more about just helping out essentially. We provide a lot of free resources over in Trans Network. We have a makeup artist that I hired. We have these free workshops that we do every week. The makeup artist does free workshops you can attend every month. And yeah, all the free stuff we do, I'm able to do that because people support it over Ko-fi. So huge thank you to those people. And if you want to be one of those people, then thank you. We have TTS turned on right now. So if you wanted to do one of those TTS things, then you can do that through Ko-fi. Yeah. Good question. Thank you for reminding me to plug stuff. Could still hear footsteps on YouTube. Well, hopefully you didn't hear me freaking going to the toilet. Bloody horrendous. Heard footsteps leading out. Didn't hear anything unnecessarily biological though. Okay, that's good. Well, I guess that's because I have a better mic that doesn't pick up on too much sound. Yes, TTS is text-to-speech. So when you make your little donation, if you so choose to, then you can put a little message. Or if you sign up to a Ko-fi tier, then I'm pretty sure you can set a little message and it'll play on stream and everybody will hear it and it'll be really cool. Okay, wonderful and amazing, incredible. Is it necessarily bad to practice for a big stretch of time? You find that with the way your brain works, sitting down, focusing, doing repetitions over and over and over again helps rather than randomly doing short bits throughout the day. So it's not bad to do it unless you do it unless your sit down is so long that you end up fatiguing yourself. But you're just not going to be getting as many gains, okay? It's inefficient. You're going to learn much, much slower if you're doing big, long sit-downs instead of regular throughout the day. It doesn't have to be randomly through the day. That's going to be just hard to remember to do. But attach it to a behavior you already do. So let's say, I don't know, hopefully brush your teeth twice a day. Well, whenever you brush your teeth, do a bit of voice work afterwards. It's a way of attaching that behavior so you don't have to remember it as well. When you're having a shower, showers are a great time to do voice practice because you can do it at the same time. Whenever you make yourself a cup of tea, I guess if you're not British, a cup of coffee, I guess. Or, whatever you drink. Whenever you are commuting, if you drive, then you can do it in the car. Whenever you are getting dressed or undressed, you can do it during that. Anything where you have things that you regularly do throughout the day, pick a handful of those and just attach on the behavior to whenever you do these things, you also do this. So you don't need to remember to do anything because you already do the thing that triggers it. Okay? You're not doing a new routine. You're just adding to a routine you already have. So you don't have to build new habits because that's actually really hard to do. If you're ADHD like me, then definitely do some of those things. It'll help a lot. And if in doubt, there is always alarms. And I found a really good one was I for the background of my screen on my phone, on my lock screen, I just edited it to be like practice and whatever it was I was practicing at the time. And so every time I looked at my phone, I was like, oh yeah. And I did a couple minutes of practice. By having it as just 1 to 5 minutes, it's really easy to fit into most points in a day. Yeah. Cool. Okie dokie. All right. Anything else I need to go over with the weight/quotient stuff? Other thing, if you find that this will usually be for the people that are lightening their weight, but sometimes people do it when they're increasing their weight as well. If your voice starts going like this is a raspy kind of a voice. You don't want to be doing this, okay? So this voice right now is rasp. This is me using a lightweight. This voice is rasp. This is me doing a heavier weight. You can hear how they're very different things. You have that turbulence in rasp. It'll come with probably quite an uncomfortable feeling. That's where that burning sensation can come in. Because rasp uses your false vocal folds, which are a bit shit. Yeah, raspy voice, probably going to come with some discomfort. Avoid that sound. It's not the sound you're targeting. You're either targeting this sound or you are targeting this sound, where we have that buzziness there. At the flip side, if you have, so that's hyperabduction is the technical term there for people that like technical terms. At the other side, we have hyperadduction, so tensing of your true vocal folds. And this sounds more like this. Okay, so this is me tensing my true vocal folds. You can hear this is very different sound to me having this buzzy kind of a sound right now. All right. If I'm tensing my vocal folds, then I can't really breathe out properly. So I'm gonna end up at a point where I have to breathe out to breathe in again. So your breathing's gonna be messed up by it. That's a good sign. Yeah, a really, really good one for identifying adduction is if you have to, like, if you just need to breathe out at some point so you can breathe again. That's always a good sign of you having adduction because your air can't move properly. It'll just feel really tense when you're doing it, and it'll have that sound that I just produced for you. It kind of like sounds effortful, so avoid that effortful sound. Again, you're either going for this kind of a voice right now or this kind of a voice right now.
Or to do it over here, you're going for this kind of a voice right now,
or this kind of a voice right now. Okay, either heavier, buzzier like this,
or lighter and gentler like this.
Depending on what you are targeting. All right, and again, this sound
and this sound are the same
weight. Okay, this is all other stuff. All right, so this is light and gentle.
This is light and gentle. Hopefully you can hear how both of these
don't have any buzziness to them.
They're both nice and gentle.
Whereas if I was to go over here, this now sounds much buzzier, much heavier. Whereas this also sounds much buzzier, much heavier. Okay? So you can hear how this kind of sound is, when we're talking about that buzziness, that roughness, that like thickness, or whatever word you want to use for it. Hopefully you can hear how this is heavy and this is heavy, and they both have that buzzing quality to them.
That isn't here when I do this.
And isn't here when I do this. Okay? All right, cool. But why would more small sessions be better than one longer session? Is it a brain learning thing? Yeah, it's a brain learning thing. Is it a brain learning thing or a muscle learning thing? Okay, remember your muscles are controlled by neurons. It's all of its brain stuff. I guess unless we're talking about reflexes specifically, but even that spine stuff, which is technically an extension or whatever. Yeah, it's brain stuff. The way you learn is by building up connections. Okay, so every time we make a mistake and then we correct that mistake, we just built a connection. Okay, because you are able to identify it going wrong and fix it going wrong. Now remember, you fix it by redrilling. Okay, don't try to fix it outside of a drill. That's going to be really hard, and you're probably going to build a wrong connection by doing that. So yeah, keep repeating it, keep redrilling every time it goes wrong, and every time you do that, you build a connection. Now, as you keep going, in that isolated instance, you're going to get more consistent, which means you're going to be making less mistakes, which means you're going to be building less connections. So past a certain point, you're just not really getting many gains. So you need to go away for it a bit, come back later, when you haven't just spent like a bunch of time doing this, all right? And then go back to it. And now that consistency is gone because you've been doing something else for an hour or two. So now we can have those mistakes coming in. We can keep practicing them. And as we keep going, less and less mistakes are going to happen over time. All right? Because that's what we want. We want consistency over time. We don't just want consistency right now. That's what we're getting from that little and often. Okay? We're building consistency across time. The other way to do this, the only way that you can do one big long session is just change your voice. Like, just make forever the big one long session. Like, you're never not doing the lighter voice from day one. Obviously, this can be difficult for people socially, which is why most people don't do it. But if you have supportive people around you that don't mind you just re-drilling in front of them, then just from now onwards, I suppose, every time you just are always doing this. Drill now, keep your voice light. Every time you start talking and it's not light, re-drill. And you can, that's like the absolute fastest way. The people that do that explode in progress. If anybody knows the YouTuber Icky, that's what she did. Those people make progress at an unbelievable pace. But most people don't feel comfortable doing that, which is valid. I didn't do that. I didn't feel comfortable doing that. Because I wasn't out full time yet when I started doing voice training. Is the hyperadduction effect the same as hyperabduction? No. Hyperadduction, think of the words. Adduction, adding, we are adding tension to our true vocal folds. Hyperabduction, we are abducting, we're taking away, but not making proper closure, okay? We're wanting a normal state where we make proper closure, but we aren't like pushing on like super crazy, okay? So, me doing hyperadduction is this. Me doing hyperabduction is this, okay? So in adduction, the true vocal folds tense up. In abduction, the true vocal folds don't close enough, causing that air leakage. And that sound of effort that you're hearing and the tension that you're hearing in abduction is actually your true vocal folds trying to make up for the lacking in your... it's false vocal folds trying to make up for the lacking of your true vocal folds, and they start tensing instead. Okay, they try to phonate the air, but they are false vocal folds. They're not really built for that. They're a bit shit at it. And so they make that raspy sound instead and get tired really easily because they're not built for that. Also, my boyfriend is baking something and it smells incredible, and that's really distracting. You're too old to care what people think. You wanted it bad and did it basically at all times. Yeah, ended up causing trouble with phone banking. Yeah, I can imagine. But yeah, that's the fastest way. If you just want results immediately, don't care what other people think, then just fuck it. Life is practice. And once it's consistent, it's just your voice. They wanted you to put dead name underline. Yeah, I've had that. You work from home, so doing one long drill doesn't sound too bad. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so Andy, if you want to just, from today onwards, just change your voice. Start with your lip trills, just to get yourself in a really nice place for this. And each morning, do a bunch of lip trills just to warm you up. And clear away all that mucus from morning voice. And then, yeah, do a drill on the morning to set your voice up after you've done your lip trills. And then just keep your voice light. Every time it's not light, re-drill. If you just not said anything for a little bit and you're about to talk again, drill first, because obviously you've not spoken in a while, you won't be set up. And then, yeah, start all your speech with a drill. And then whenever you hear it dropping off, re-drill. And you will progress at an unbelievable pace. I wouldn't be surprised if you nailed it in weeks. If you're literally doing it for all of your talking. That's it's kind of nuts. Sick. What was that? No, but her wolf is. Do you want her wolf? Yeah, no, it's not in there. I think it's downstairs. Sorry, it's just my boyfriend looking for our dog's new toy. Does language influence progress? For example, is there language that requires a lighter weight? Language should not impact your progress whatsoever. You'll notice that there are dudes and chicks in every country, and they all have the same anatomical stuff. Everybody testosterone's in the same way. Between countries, obviously, not every individual. Every group of people, I suppose. However, the one exception is if you are practicing always in one language, but you are multilingual or bilingual or whatever, then when you switch to the other language, it'll feel like you have no idea what you're doing and everything starts falling apart. It's just because you're not practicing that language. So it feels alien and weird because you've not heard yourself doing it in that language before. You're not really, everything seems a bit different, even though really it's not. But you're doing something different, so it just kind of feels weird. So I would recommend, I mean, it's fine for that to happen. You'll just find that you just start practicing in that other language and then it'll all come together really quickly again. You can just practice in a variety of languages if you're bilingual or multilingual, or don't even worry about that and just know that when you try to switch languages, it's all going to kind of fall apart until you practice in that language. But I don't mind you like nailing it in one language first to get a good hold of it before transferring that over. Like it's up to you, really. Yes, this is exactly about language. 100% agree. Yeah. And it's not that like you switch to a language where it's harder in that language. It's just because you've switched something. Yeah. You'll even find this in like practice environment. Like if you always practice upstairs in front of your computer, if you go downstairs, suddenly everything's going to fall apart because it just feels different. If you think again, brain learns by building connections. Well, it's annoyingly good at that. And if you're always practicing in the exact same like place, then it's going to build that place as one of those connections. So now that we're not in the place, well, we don't bring forth any of those connections anymore. And that whole tree of knowledge isn't being brought forth. So just watch out for that. Almost everybody is going to fall into some level of that for when they transition into using their voice full time. You just go through an awkward phase of your voice being really tricky to use all of a sudden because all those connections aren't there necessarily. And then as you plow through, it just fixes itself because your brain starts realizing, oh, this isn't like when I'm practicing. This isn't like when I'm in front of a computer or whatever it is. This is just when I'm using my voice. Can you rate your voice at the end of it when we do that section? And yeah, that's totally fine. From you had was 0 proper coaching until you found me in Trends Network. I'm so glad that I was able to help you, Beth. Hells yeah, you're a good student. Cool. Once again, failure to mute. Oh, I didn't even bother muting that. Okay, I'm not seeing any more questions, so that sounds like we are wrapped up on weight. Let's keep going. So, vocal tract size. Also, I want to be a little bit sat back a little bit so I can actually be all in frame. And then when I do things with my hands, you can see me doing things with my hands. Move this mic a little bit closer. Should have done this at the start, but oh well. Cool. I'm in a weird place in the frame. There we go. Aesthetic, Sarah. We gotta look good. Come on now. There we go. You're on the internet right now. Gotta look good. There we go. This is roughly in the middle, right? Okay, so size things. Okay. Making ASMR now. True. Okay, so this comes under a whole bunch of names. Everybody calls this different stuff. All that microphone tapping. True. Everybody calls this different stuff. Okay. The sound change we're referring to though is ah, oh, or ah, oh. Okay. It's that ukulele versus the guitar. All right. That's literally me tapping on my larynx. Okay. Like flicking it, I guess. Yeah, we have our source for air. We have our filter, vocal folds, where pitch and weight are produced. And we have our filter. All right. Filter is where size becomes relevant. And specifically, we're talking about the size of your vocal tract, that part of the filter before we have words being formed. All right. So the reason this has so many names is because you can just kind of look at it from different perspectives. So literally what's happening to control this, if your larynx goes lower,
okay, now I have increased the distance between my vocal folds and my lips, and therefore we have a larger vocal tract size. That ukulele has become a guitar. Okay, our size has increased. If I was to raise my
larynx up again, now I've reduced that size, okay? And to some extent, there's some expanding and shrinking that happens at the same time. So larynx height is like what you control, physically speaking. So there's like one lens we could look at this. Another lens is what that's doing, what the whole point of this is. Your vocal tract size changing, like literally the size of the container, okay? Like a bigger bottle versus a smaller bottle, the ukulele versus a guitar, okay? The size is changing. The amount of space in there is changing. So that's where size comes into it. We can have a smaller kind of a sound, a smaller size, a smaller vocal tract size.
Or we can have a larger vocal tract size.
Now, people also refer to size in a different way. They could say it kind of just sounds smaller. They'll say, like, if I go to like the smallest sound I could possibly make, a lot of people would say that this sounds like a really small size. Whereas on the flip side,
they would say that this sounds like a really, really large size.
Okay? So it's kind of like a perceptual thing, they're just describing it, finding words to describe it. The other one is resonance. And again, we have our sound bouncing around, so resonating through our vocal tract. And our vocal tract is kind of split into a series of chambers. We have the larynx as a chamber, we have the pharynx as a chamber, don't worry about it. We have the oral cavity as a chamber, we have a nasal cavity as a chamber, and these are all things that we can manipulate. They're called resonators because they change how your voice resonates. That makes sense? So all of these different words are just kind of looking at it from a different angle. We are manipulating the resonators, specifically the larynx. We are raising our larynx height or lowering our larynx height. We are changing how large the vocal tract size is. We are sounding smaller or larger. They're just different ways of looking at the exact same thing. Okay, so that's why you get a whole bunch of different words for this. It's just people trying to describe this same thing, but in different ways. Okay, so don't get confused by all the different names. Sorry. So long as the sound we're talking is the sound between my voice right now
and my voice right now, then we're
talking about the right thing. Okay. Does that make sense as a quick little thing on that? And remember, like we said right at the beginning, if you create a sound in a bigger space, that changes the sound, all right? Doesn't change the pitch, doesn't change the weight, it changes this other variable, yeah? Because like, ow, pitch didn't change there, but the size did. It got bigger, all right? I thought raising your larynx was what we do to raise pitch. Nope. Raising pitch is how fast your vocal folds are vibrating. So if we speed them really fast up, then we get to a higher pitch. Or if we go we get to a lower pitch. And that's all speed of your vocal folds vibrating. The opening and closing, speeding up or slowing down. So when you see pitch measured in hertz, it's like 220 hertz is a pitch. That's A2. Hertz is literally how fast your vocal folds are going. So 220 hertz, your vocal folds went from closed to open to closed again 220 times in 1 second. But if we're at a much lower pitch, so a smaller hertz number, then there's going to be less of those happening in 1 second. They've slowed down. Yeah? That's what pitch is, in terms of like mechanically. Larynx height, that's all about this size stuff, baby. Okay, so a way that you can try this, and by all means keep asking your questions. Excuse me. So how can we play with this? All right. Now the first thing to note is this is a weird sound. Thank you. This is a weird sound that you've probably never manipulated in your life. That is going to be very unfamiliar to you. Okay. So first thing, just kind of give yourself some space to struggle with this. Like, this is quite hard to do. But once you get a knack for it, it becomes much easier. Okay? Second thing, this is hard to do. It's easy to muddle this up with pitch. All right? So we're going to try to find a way to take pitch out of the equation. So, going back, power, air, source of sound, vocal folds, opening and closing, filter. What if we bypassed the source? So instead of our vocal folds opening and closing, they just stay open. So the air can get through, but they don't have a sound applied to them by the true vocal folds. Well, now we just have passage of air bouncing around the vocal tract. It's not vibrating, but it's still bouncing around. It's not like a straight tube, you know? The air isn't going like perfectly in this arc. How even would it? So if we're just keeping our vocal folds open, then we don't have pitch coming into play, like not in the proper way. All right? So we know the sound change we're hearing is just filter, is just size. So how do we do that? How do we keep our vocal folds open? All right? First thing to introduce you to this. Big dog, little dog. All right? Everybody at home, try it now. Just pant like a big dog, okay? You can keep your mics muted, but just at home. Just pant like a really big dog, okay? Biggest you can do, like a German Shepherd or what are big dogs? Golden Retrievers, they're big dogs. Pant like a really big dog, okay? You probably just made a sound, something like this. Pretty good. Now, pant like a really little dog, okay? Like a Chihuahua or a Pomeranian, something really tiny dog, okay? Pant like that. You probably just made a sound like this. Okay? Big dog. Little dog. Now that sound change you're hearing isn't pitch. It's actually size. Because when you're panting, your vocal folds, they just stay open. All right? Because we're not going, we're going, the voice isn't there. It's just the air passing through. Now, if you play with this some more, you'll notice, what is a pant? A pant's just whispering.
1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, yeah, I'm just whispering. Okay. All right, so now I'm whispering.
Okay? Little dog. Okay, I'm just whispering. Yeah. So you see how actually
all of this is just me changing
the size of a whisper. Now that makes things a bit easier. So one problem with big dog, little dog is what some of you might have done is this. Then if you notice something, if you look directly at the camera, remember, the things that can change in size is the entire vocal tract. But the thing we want to change in size is the larynx, okay? Watch what you can see. What else moved? My mouth. That's not the one we wanted. Because I don't want your O's to become E's. I want all of this to happen before all of that, so you can have all of your words sounding feminine or masculine. Yeah? So instead of having a big dog, little dog, we're going to change it a little bit, all right? To make sure we don't get our sound, but our mouth sounds changing, okay? Because if you try to spell that out, that's like a ho, like an H-O. That's like a he, like a H-E. So I don't want that happening. I want it to stay on the same thing. So what we're going to do, if you are feminizing, we are going to use a really small word, something like cheese, okay? Whisper the word cheese, going big to small, and make sure it stays as a cheese. That's really important. Don't let it become a chase or a chose or a choose. Cheese, very consistent, okay? Cheese, 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 cheese. All of that is just larynx changing height, changing size, okay? if you're masculizing, we're going to use a really big, like oral size. We use the word paw, like a cat's paw or something. Like that. Or sound is really big. And we're going to go from a little paw to a big paw to get our larynx moving. Okay. And again, make sure that paw doesn't become a pa or a poo or anything like that. It just stays a consistent paw. All right. There's a few different words you can use. So long as you use the same word throughout all of it, and so long as you are always pronouncing that word correctly and consistently, then it's totally fine. Okay. Hey, got this recommended to you. Yo, weird window stuff. Thank you for joining us. We're learning to, or I'm teaching everybody how to change the voice to sound either more feminine or more masculine. If you want to have a feminized voice like this, or you want to have a masculized voice like this, then stick around to learn how to do that. You're a bunch of way in though, in a little workshop. But yeah, so that's going to be our drill. Okay, we have our big cheese, little cheese, or our little paw, big paw, depending on whether you're trying to feminize it to get smaller or masculize it to get bigger, or bigger to masculize. You know what I mean? Yeah. Okay, so we go through the drill. And now that we've gotten there, we need to bring our voice back in, because really we want to take this into our voice. Okay, that's the whole point of this. So we're going to add a phonation test. When our vocal folds are open and closing, that's phonation. So right now I'm phonating, right now I'm not phonating. Having the source there is phonation. Having the source not there is not phonation. Okay, so we're going to have a little phonation test. All right, we're going to do a really stretched out cheese or a really stretched out paw and bring our voice back in as we do so. Okay. Cheese. Okay. All right. I have this sound change in my voice right now. So now I'm going to try and maintain it. Okay. And if I start getting larger again, oh, I got larger again. Cheese, 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 cheese. Cheese. Okay. And now I'm good. And now I'm set up. Okay. I'm going to maintain my voice right now as I do some talking. Just like we were before, every time you start to lose it, you re-drill and carry on. All right? And if you're masculizing, excuse me.
And then I'm going to try to maintain this voice as I go in through my speaking, okay?
If you're masculizing, I would say size before weight. If you're feminizing, weight before size. It's just easier going that way around. Okay. I have a question because you are Polish, and like there is no voice teachings for Polish feminization, but you heard that Polish, Dutch, Thai, Japanese, and English languages, ones you speak, are very different, and you need to practice in them. But how do you do it? And can I use the same exercises, etc., that you do in English for other languages to sound feminine? Yep, it's all the same stuff. So in both Poland, Dutch, what's the country for Dutch? I should know that. How do I not know that? Norway? I think? Whatever. Thailand, Japan, England? Oh, Netherlands. Thank you. Yes. All of those countries, you'll notice, all have women and men. They all had a level of testosterone exposure. So all of this core stuff is the same for all of them. Yeah? Now, you might want to use a different word to cheese if you want to, I guess. Up to you. It can still be cheese and just speak in whatever languages afterwards. But I mean, if you want, you're welcome to. So long as there's an E in the middle of it, and it's like a little word, then that's fine. The E bit is what's important. The O bit is what's important. The word itself is just a word. But yeah, in terms of the actual, remember, the drill just sets up your voice. The practice is for talking afterwards, where we try to maintain that. And every time we drop it, we re-drill, and then we practice. And then if we drop, we re-drill, and we practice. So practice bit is for talking. Yeah? That's where we're building those connections. So yeah, just the drills can be the exact same for all of them. And just talk in each different language. It's all the same stuff. Yo!
Weird Windows stuff subscribed to the channel.
Yo, weird Windows stuff. Thank you so much for subscription. That's really good of you. Thank you. Yeah, we do these workshops every single week, and they're all live, and the lives are like stored or whatever, so you can rewatch any of them if you want to. And we also have, every time I do a public lesson, we also do a stream, so they happen every week. The consistent one is there's a lesson every Wednesday, 1 o'clock, just how it's ended up laying itself out. And Mondays and Tuesdays are a bit more like varying between each week. Like there's a week 1 and a week 2. First time you meet another not cis person from Poland. Yo, there you go. Your little connection there. Imitating Patrick's star for your larynx way down and Kermit way up. You hadn't noticed until you paid attention to it during workshops. So the Kermit Frog has a lot more going on with it. But yeah, Patrick the star. Think about his voice.
He has a much lower larynx and he has a much lighter weight. Okay? We'll talk a bit more about that in the next slide. But yeah, he totally has that.
I would avoid using imitation stuff, just because it can lock you in a little bit.
Like, you can't really do, if you're doing a Patrick voice, you can't really change your weight. And nobody is really wanting to sound like this. They're either wanting to sound more like this, or they're wanting to sound more like this, where they have that weight in. So a Patrick star voice is always going to be a stepping stone, which is good. We want that stepping stone, but if we're just mimicking the stepping stone itself, it's not teaching us to move on from that, like a drill does. If you were taught to raise the back of your tongue to raise the larynx, should you keep doing that? Absolutely, definitely not. 100% do not do that. Okay, forbidden knowledge. I would normally not tell you people this, but it was mentioned, so we'll talk about it a little bit. So technically, you're not even raising the larynx. You're raising the hyoid bone. The hyoid bone is just attached to the larynx. Don't worry about it. You don't need to know anatomy here. When you raise your hyoid bone, it's also attached to your tongue and kind of sat underneath it, which means your tongue gets pushed up. Again, this just happens as a result. Don't you try to control this. Control the sound, not your muscles and shit, okay? Technically, it would be possible, because they're all connected, to raise the hyoid bone and therefore the larynx using your tongue. But you should not do that. It is the wrong muscles. While it's technically possible, your tongue isn't designed to do that. The muscles aren't designed to do that. They're not built for it. You have specific muscles for raising your hyoid bone. They're hyoid extrinsic muscles. They're meant for it. Your tongue is not. Your tongue will do a bad job. You'll get a whole bunch of tongue tension. You'll get a whole bunch of fatigue, and things will go wrong. So do not try to fuck with that. Don't try to fuck with any of your body. Fuck with the sound, okay? Notice in my drill, I didn't tell you to focus on any muscle. I told you, hey, make that cheese a real small cheese. Whisper the word cheese. Cheese, 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 cheese. And make it smaller. Cheese, 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 cheese. And to get a vibe for what small it is, pant like a big dog. Pant like a little dog. That was bigger and smaller, okay? Whisper cheese, big. Cheese, cheese, cheese. Whisper cheese, small. Cheese, cheese, cheese. And there you go. All right? I know it's very tempting to try to control our body because it's a weird sound we're not familiar with, but familiarize yourself with the sound. Oh, my choker's just come off. Okay, that's weird. I don't know how that happened. It's a bit of a rubbish choker. Yeah, familiarize yourself with the sound. Air train yourself over time as you practice. So like record your practices so you can go back over stuff to see what you missed. Don't try to like hold your body in positions. It's always going to throw you off. You're going to have weird tensions coming in because you don't know what the feeling is that you are searching for. I can't really like tell you what feeling it should be because like you experience that. I can show you the sound because you can hear me do it. I can't like, there's no way for me, like if I tense something up, you don't feel me tensing that up, you know? I can't communicate it to you directly. Also, nothing actually does tense up when we do this. These sounds we're producing, like
You barely feel the movement, okay? Think about muscles in your body. Like a more typical muscle movement is like, that's a big muscle movement, okay? Me moving my arm up and down. That's like what? A meter? Maybe more, okay? Me moving my larynx up and down. Let me go up to the camera. Oh, you won't be able to hear me as well, but. Okay? That was a really weird position to be in. It was tricky to have my voice there. So you can see like what we moved like that much here of larynx height. What's that, like 2 inches, 3 inches, compared to a meter, probably more than a meter. This is a very small muscle movement compared to more like muscle movements more typical for your body. You just don't feel it that much because it's a small movement. There's a slight tiny sensation if you really know what to look for. And for the masculizers, it's a bit more of a sensation because you move a bit further down than you move up. But overall, very small movement. If you've just started this, you probably won't feel anything because you won't know what to be like search. Like you literally have to like search to find the feeling. Yeah? So don't use feeling. Don't use sensation. Use your hearing. It's consistent. You definitely hear the difference between ah and oh. Ain't no way you don't hear that difference. Okay? Ow. You 100% heard that. Okay? I challenge anybody to dare to say they can't hear the difference. Something you heard quite often is some people try to keep their larynx up after swallowing. Please don't do that. It's not healthy, if you remember correctly. Yes, that is, swallow and hold is like the worst thing ever. So when you swallow, if you look in the mirror, you'll notice, oh, your larynx actually go up and then go like way down and then goes back to rest. That is true. However, that's not the only thing that happens. There's a load of things that happen when you swallow. Your tongue like gets all of that chewed up food into a ball. It's called a bolus. It pushes that bolus into the back of your like mouth and throat, where it meets the pharynx, which is kind of like a junction between all your different chambers. Moves it into the pharynx, which kind of like expands and then contracts around it as it pushes it along. Your larynx raises up. Your epiglottis, which is like this little flap, closes off your larynx. So your airway just got closed off, by the way. That's so you don't choke. It goes up and then helps to push the food bolus down again before returning to rest. So notice that bit I mentioned, the epiglottis, this little flap of cartilage, closed off your airways. Think about when you're talking, closed off airways. That's not a combo you're looking for, okay? And it like proper closes it off, not just like a gentle thing, because again, you don't want to choke on your food. Do not swallow and hold. Okay? So at the point where you have your larynx raised, your epiglottis is closed, your pharynx, I believe, is contracting, your tongue is probably pushed in some weird place to like move a food bolus. There's a huge amount of things that are happening when you're swallowing. And then you try to talk through that? Nah. This is why you don't swallow and hold. It's led to many an injury. You will probably hurt yourself. It's not meant to happen. The whole point of swallowing is to stop you having air moving, and talking requires air moving. So you're probably going to hurt yourself if you try to put those two things together because they're directly contradictory to one another. And it's very disappointing that that concept was ever created because like whoever created it like has the most trash knowledge of just anatomy in the world. Like, gee whiz. How the heck were you teaching whoever that person was? But hey, we know better now. So yeah, if you ever hear swallow and hold, that is a definite no-go. And do not listen to whoever it is that is telling you that because they don't even have the most basic of knowledge. They are 100% not somebody who should be teaching. You run away from those people. Okay, any other questions about size and how we do this size stuff? The yawn voice is a little cheat for the masculizers. If you're trying to just get a large sound, it's a bit of a cheat. It's a bit hacky. It's not really very good as a drill, but you can just
give him a yawn and then try to kind of maintain that yawn voice as you do a bit of talking. And this is when you yawn, you open up your vocal tract. Now this isn't amazing because
it opens up the whole vocal tract. Like you're going to be making more O sounds and stuff. Sort of just for larynx, which is what we're trying to go for there. But I don't mind it as an introduction. If you're really struggling to figure out what largeness is, then you can give it a go to then go over back to the other drills. But a yawn voice will always put you into that Patrick Star, that large size with a lighter weight. You can't really budge from there. So only use it as a stepping stone while you're like figuring out these drills to get yourself into the drill. And again, if you're feminizing, it won't give you anything. Yeah. Okay, common thing that people muddle this up. I mentioned it before, I'm going to mention it again. Pitch. Remember, 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 remember. Say it a million times to yourself. This is not pitch. This is a completely separate thing from pitch. They are in no way related to one another at all. There's no relation at all between size and pitch. Okay? If I have my size right now, which is smaller, I'm actually already at a bit of a lower pitch, but I could go like, okay? All of that was pitch. Or if I go
over here, okay? Oh.
There's me going into a much higher pitch than I'm at right now. There's me going to a pretty high pitch. I could keep going, okay? Because that's pitch, all right? Whereas this, pitch didn't change there. That was size, okay? That was a monotonous note. That was one note continuing, but the size changed. All right. It's kind of like if you play a note on your phone and then you stick your phone in a glass and like move it up and down the glass, you'll hear it changing sound. Even though you know the pitch is the same, you're playing one pitch, but there's this other thing that's going to change, and that's size. All right. So always remember this is a completely separate variable, and you need to build your ear to be hearing them as different things. Okay. And that just takes time. Other thing, we've talked about it before, muscle tension. This is a big one in size, all right? Lots and lots of people experience muscle tension. The usual trap people run into is what we've just been talking about, trying to control their body instead of controlling the sound. If you try to control your body, you're going to be searching for some kind of sensation, and because you don't really feel much of a sensation, usually people just tense up some random muscle that isn't related. I see this all the time. I even did this when I was first learning. I had the muscles in the back of my neck tensing up because it was not made clear to me that I shouldn't try to control my body, which is why I'm making it clear to you. Muscles in your back of your neck don't have anything to do with your voice. They're to do with like moving your head around, okay? If you do find yourself with tension and you can't figure out how to like separate it conceptually from size, so I think somebody was asking this earlier, they can't figure out how to like separate the tension from their like larynx height or whichever name they were using. Way to do that is, there's a few ways. First one, try occupying that muscle with something else, okay? So let's say it is the back of your neck, okay? Well, what if I gently rotate the back of my neck? Because as we said, that's what that muscle actually is for. Now it can't be tensing up because we're flexing it around, we're moving it a whole bunch. It's doing a whole bunch of movements while our size isn't actually changing, okay? So, or we could go through like a drill. Cheese. And we can experience that this is an entirely separate variable from size.
And I can have a really large size if I was to go like
Or I can have a really small size. keys, because it's a completely separate variable. Okay. Obviously, if you're doing things with rolling your neck, do it very gently. Or if it's like your jaw tensing up, okay,
Like, move around the jaw. Obviously, I can mess around with keys.
but so long as we can like random movements, then we won't have any weird conflations coming in.
So can I just go,
Sorry. Every time I do large sizes, it makes me on. Chase. Okay, then I'm going to kind of talk like this while maintaining that small size, but also moving my jaw around all over the place to separate jaw from it. So you don't have that jaw tensing up. It's instead moving that whole bunch. Okay. If it's your tongue, stick your tongue out. If it's, whatever, get it moving. All right. Even if it messes with sound, as long as you'll still have that size change because it's a separate variable. Play around with that. If it's something that's a bit more internal, you can't really figure out how to move it around, or you just don't really know what that muscle does, just massage it, okay? Whatever it is. If it's along your throat, be very gentle with your massage, because again, that's your airway. Be very gentle, just give it a little massage. By massaging it, that's going to help you to, one, just identify the muscle in a more conscious way, so you can try to relax it consciously. But also just massaging muscles relaxes them, okay, to help you remove that tension. The other thing, if none of those are working, is, okay, we have a tension. Logically, we know it's a separate variable, but we haven't really experienced that yet. Can we add more of that tension without the size changing? So let's say, I don't know, it's your whatever, it's if I do a muscle that isn't like one of the ones we've gone over, then you won't actually hear it. But like, let's say it is the back of your neck, okay? Well, can I tense up my back of my neck even more? Yeah, I've got a really tense neck right now. Like, I can barely move my neck, okay? Even though the size hasn't changed.
I can do like a larger size while having that really, really large tension, okay?
That can help me experience that these are separate things. Or even just, okay, can you add to that tension without doing, like if I just go back to my unmodified voice, okay, well, can I add that tension again? Okay, yeah, okay, I can add that tension again, and oh, nothing's changed, okay, in my voice. And then, okay, well, if I can add that tension, then I should be able to remove that tension by just undoing what I just did, okay? And then I could add that tension again, and then I could take it away again, and add it and take it away to try and get a level of control, okay? Once you've got that level of control, go back through your drill. If it comes up again, you've just developed a level of control. So do it again. Increase that tension while in your smaller size, reduce that tension, increase, reduce, increase, reduce, increase, reduce. So you've built that level of control so you can just remove. Okay? You've kind of practiced the tension itself so that then you have control over it. Does that make sense? Any questions about that and tension stuff, or any questions about size at all? Because that kind of wraps us up on size. Anything you don't understand, if you want me to go back over. This is probably the hardest topic and takes the longest to learn. So, like, don't be embarrassed if you still don't quite get it. Yeah, any questions? Anything extra you want me to go over or re-go over? No questions. That must mean that you all fully understand, and this is easy peasy now. Good. Okie dokie. Obviously, if you do get more questions that pop up in your brain, then let me know as we continue going through stuff. I don't mind going back over something in the past to make sure you definitely get it. So, all right. So, to recap your journey so far, if you were, whatever you were, whatever was the situation, you started off in your softies. You just did those for a couple of weeks, okay? After those couple of weeks, you did your weight stuff if you were feminizing. You did your size stuff if you were masculizing, okay? Once you both got really good at those and you like mastered those, you swapped. So now the masculizers are doing weight and the feminizers are doing size. And you mastered those and you got really freaking good at it, okay? You've just done like 90, 95%, in some cases 100% of your voice stuff, good freaking job. Okay? Last little thing to just like check on is, do you feel your voice sounds really weird now? Is it like cartoonish in some way? If so, you might have an issue with fullness. To most people's ears, voices sound more normal if that weight and size are in rough balance with one another. Okay? That small size is paired with roughly the same lightness of weight. Okay? If you were to like think of them on a scale. All right? Or like that graph. Okay? If weight has lightened? If weight has shedded proportionally to size shrinking, then things will sound full. Now, this doesn't need to be a bang-on perfect through line. You don't need your size perfectly in sync with your lightness, your weight. But if they are roughly within the same ballpark as one another, it will sound more normal. Or the flip side, if it doesn't sound normal, if it sounds cartoonish, then there's probably an issue with the fullness. And one of them needs adjusting to be more in line with the other. Okay, and that's going to depend on your goals. To demonstrate this, let's say I've got a nice and light voice,
but I have like a really large vocal tract size. I've messed up somewhere, okay? Now I sound really cartoonish. I literally sound like a variety of cartoon characters. If you think of like Yogi Bear, I'm smarter than the average bear. Yeah, Yogi Bear has a voice like this. Patrick Star has a voice like this. No, this is Patrick. No, this is Patrick.
Yeah.
You
can think of a variety of cartoon voices that will
probably fit into a voice like this. Okay. If we go to the flip
side, and we have a really small size now. Our weight is like really heavy, and now we have this really like this weird like overfull kind of a sound. I'm sure you can think of like a variety of cartoon characters that sound like this. If we think of like cartoon gnomes, often sound like this. Cartoon nerds kind of sound like this sometimes. It can be elves, cartoon elves will sometimes sound like this when it's like not like the fantasy elves, but like the silly elves or whatever, like Santa's elves or whatever. These kind of voices are going to be more typical of those kinds of characters, and I'm sure you can think of others as well. So again, that's indicative of our size out of sync with our weight. In that case, we had a smaller size, but we also had a heavier weight. All right. So if we're sounding cartoonish, then if we're sounding like over here, then if we're masculizing, then we were trying to get a little bit more size to make the sound more normal again. Or if we were over here and we were feminizing, then we needed to shed a little bit more weight so that we can sound more feminine and full. Okay? And vice versa for hollow. That make sense? So if you're sounding a bit cartoonish at this stage, you probably are just out of sync, right? And you need to change one of them to be more in line with the other, okay? And which direction you'll go will depend on your goals. Don't worry about this to a huge extent. It's just if you're sounding cartoonish. If you don't sound cartoonish and like a character, then you're fine. Don't even worry about it. How do you integrate the knowledge from previous speech pathologists and your lessons? Because you've had 2 different pathologists recommend raising the tongue thing. Get some anatomy knowledge if you really want to test it. Look at how the hyoid bone is actually manipulated. Look at how larynx is connected to the hyoid bone, and the tongue is connected to the hyoid bone. Unfortunately, it is the case that the speech pathology world, as contradictory as this may sound, sucks at trans voice care. They're just shit at it. This is largely, I've spoken to some speech pathologists to understand why this is. So this is just coming from people in the field. They told me that it's a very common practice in the speech pathology world where if you technically have, like, if you think you can do it, then you'll do it and you'll practice it, even though you might not actually have the specialization required to do it good. Okay? So a lot of people a lot of speech pathologists say, well, the feminization of speech is a voice thing. I do voice things, and therefore I know how to do it, and it stops there. And I don't necessarily research into that in any level of depth. It's, yeah. And that's just coming from somebody in the voice world that is a speech pathologist describing their peers and in what their opinion is as to why the quality is so low in speech pathology. Yeah, it pisses me off too. It's incredibly frustrating. There is no qualification for trans voice. And I think another large part of it is speech pathology. The field is there. The primary goal of the field is to find issues with voice and fix them. But nothing's really wrong with your voice as a trans person or as someone who's trying to learn to just change the gendering of your voice. Nothing's fundamentally wrong with your voice. You just want it to sound different because you would like it to, okay? Or because you feel dysphoric about your voice. There's nothing anatomically wrong. You just want it different. It's a little outside of their wheelhouse. It's outside of how they've practiced stuff. Requires a more deeper, in-depth knowledge. The big one on this is you will constantly speak. It's getting a little bit better recently as the speech pathology world has essentially discovered people like me, people like Trans Voice Lessons, these people, and they've kind of copied us. So now it's starting to get to a point where they don't just focus on pitch. They'll still do a huge focus on pitch. You'll notice I've barely talked about it. They still will massively focus people on pitch, and some speech pathologists just stay on pitch forever with clients, which try it now. You'll notice it don't sound them at a high pitch. Yeah, it's another common one that you'll find with speech pathologists. My understanding, although I haven't seen direct evidence of this because I don't know even where you would look for it, but my understanding is, and it seems to be general consensus, that the swallow and hold technique even came from speech pathologists, which is, to me, utterly ridiculous. But hard to tell you. Beth says, can confirm the speech pathologists tend to be institutionally required to use a 30-year-old wrong ideas about trans voice. I just recently visited one and found out that equipment all works. We just need to figure out how to use it in a different way. Yeah, exactly. It's like playing guitar. You're not fixing a guitar, you're just playing it. And you're learning a different style. Just because you're learning a different style on guitar, you're going from God, I don't know, styles. Flamenco to Western, or flamenco probably is. No, it's not, is it? Flamenco, classical to rock. There you go. Classical to rock doesn't mean the guitar was broken or that you needed to fix the guitar. You're just learning how to play it different. Yeah? Same with our voice. Nothing's broken. We're just playing it different. Yeah? And that becomes a little bit more outside the remit of what speech pathologists have been taught. But the field seems to think that they know all about voice and therefore can do it, even though a lot of them don't research for a specific topic, which is frustrating. Doesn't mean that all speech pathologists are bad, by the way. Just a lot are, unfortunately. There are certainly ones that reach out and try to be well-informed and are well-informed and become well-informed. It just, not all of them do, sadly. Maybe going from violin to playing fiddle or vice versa. A violin is a fiddle, right? They're the same thing, right? Pretty sure? It's just if you take playing folk versus classical, you just call it different names. Maybe I'm wrong there. I'm not oh, exactly. Okay, cool. Yes, then yes. Alright. If there's no fullness questions, though, and by all means ask your fullness questions, but if there are none, let's keep going. We're getting towards the end, don't worry. So, you've done your softies, you've mastered size, and you've mastered weight. You brought it all together, and you're producing a masculine voice or a feminine voice or an androgynous voice. Fucking sick. But there is not the masc voice. There is not the femme voice. There is not the androgynous voice, okay? You should be trying to develop better goals than that, because that's like an infinite goal that you'll chase forever, because there's no such thing as the femme voice. You go for a kind of femme voice, or, well, what kind of femme voice? What femme voice would you like? It's up to you. And this is the part where you start playing with it. Now, this is not an exhaustive list. These are just the variables I get asked about most. There is an infinite list of things that can be about your voice that aren't the gendered things. This is just the ones that people tend to like adding and not having, or adding and removing. So, first on my list, most popular one I get asked about, vocal fry, okay? You'll be hearing it in my voice, and you will have heard it in my voice throughout this workshop, because I use a lot of vocal fry. But vocal fry sounds like this, okay? It's not a gendered thing. It has no impact on whether you sound masculine or feminine. It's just fry. You can have it or not have it. If you're just struggling to get a vibe for this, think of like Raven from Teen Titan. She just talks in permanent fry. It's pretty rare that you hear someone talking in permanent fry, but people often dip into it, often on their downwards intonation pattern. Like if you had like a downwards inflection, people often do a little bit of fry there. You're hearing my voice. I probably have a lot more fry now. Less so now I've just been talking about fry and I'm more thinking about it. Actually, you can hear a whole bunch in my voice. But you're probably hearing a lot more of me doing it right now compared to like at the start of a workshop, because I'm a little bit more tired now. We started at 7 o'clock. It's now 10 o'clock p.m. So as I get more tired, I tend to use more fry. It's just a thing I do. If you like fry, stick it in. If you don't like fry, get rid of it. Entirely up to you. Pitch. Let's finally actually talk about pitch. Pitch, I put in this customization bit, as in not gendered. Technically, it is tiny, teensy-weensy, little bit pitched, a little bit gendered, because technically, yes, as your vocal folds lengthen, pitch drops by about an octave. However, our pitch moves, and you can hear in my voice, your pitch moves up and down all the time. It's constantly moving around. Nobody just talks like this, where they have their pitch completely monotonous. Everybody talks like this, where they're expressive, their pitch moves up and down. This is how people talk. So it's a dynamic thing. It's not a static thing. And so my theory as to why we just don't gender pitch, we don't really have that association, is just, well, it's moving all the time. And we already have a bunch of static things, i.e. size and weight, but don't move all the time. Masculine voice always sounds like this. It always has this size. It always has this weight. It doesn't move around as I talk. It's just a static thing. And again, this lightness, this small size, it's static. My size isn't moving around all the time as I talk. My size isn't changing all around as I talk. But my pitch is. And so that is a large part of why I believe pitch just doesn't get gendered. We just don't draw that pattern as clearly as a pattern-seeking animal, because we have a much clearer pattern that we could be relying on instead. And thus, if you play around with pitch, along with your variables, as I move my size and I move my weight, you'll find that, like, I sound more masculine, but you'll notice I didn't change my pitch there. I sound feminine now. I sound masculine now. I haven't changed your pitch there at all. Like, I can literally continue talking, switching from feminine, overweight to masculine, and you'll find that my pitch isn't being affected by this in any way. I'm moving around my pitch pattern. There's literally like I'm continuing the same sentence. No pitch change is happening there. It's just following my ordinary movement of pitch as I switch between the two. Proof right there that pitch has barely any impact on your voice in terms of gendering whatsoever. So, if you like a higher pitch, go for a higher pitch. If you like a lower pitch, go for a lower pitch. If you like somewhere in the middle, go somewhere in the middle. It literally has no impact on anything. Just pick one you like. And again, remember, pitch moves around, so you're not picking like a pitch you like, you're picking like a pitch center. So like you average around G3, A3, F2, would it be? F3? No, it'd be F3. I meant to say A2 earlier. Those like some popular ones for feminizers. Masculizers most people kind of do some stuff around the F3s. My voice right now is usually around F3. That's like the average center of my voice. A note on that, a lot of apps that claim to be able to review your voice or analyze your voice or gender your voice, they're all shit, okay? Because the main thing that almost all of them use, in fact, no, the only thing that almost all of them use is pitch. Like if you've used voice tools, if you've used voice up, their little analyze thing where it says like, oh, 80% masculine or whatever, or 80% feminine or whatever it is just pitch, which as we've just gone over, actually has fuck all to do with the gendering of your voice. So all of those apps, throw them away. They're all shit. Voice Tools has a little thing where you can like produce a pitch, like it can just play a tone, or you can hit, it will tell you the pitch of your voice in that moment. Ignore the pinks, greys, and blues on it. But if you just need a little thing to make a pitch, that can be useful. Outside of that, the entire app is useless and actually harmful and bad, if it teaches you the wrong thing. So yeah, stay away from apps. They're all shit and bollocks anyway. They literally lie to you and train you to do the wrong thing. So don't do that. Don't do the wrong thing. Cool. Okay, that's pitch. And again, if you have questions, ask all your questions. Breathiness, we went over it earlier. It's just increasing the amount of air that comes out as you talk. So if I'm talking right now, this is me going super, super, super breathy. Obviously, most people don't talk like this. It almost sounds like I'm out of breath there. But some people talk like this, where they have just a little bit of breathiness in their voice. If you like this and you like that little bit of breathiness in your voice, then go for a little bit of breathiness in your voice. That's up to you. If you want it, add it. If you don't want it, get rid of it. Pretty simple one. Twang you might not have heard of before. Twang necessarily makes you a little bit louder. It's a little bit late. I'll try to make it quiet because otherwise my boyfriend will get mad. If I go like, okay, can you talk like this? This is me using a whole bunch of twang, okay? You can hear that it sounds kind of brighter because of it. It also sounds kind of like louder because of it. It's sort of like twang kind of sound. It's onomatopoeia, so twang is a description of a sound, okay? It kind of sounds more like this, okay? Me talking like this has a whole bunch of twang, okay? Note that this isn't the same thing as wait, okay? Wait sounds like this. Wait sounds like this. We have that really buzzy, heavy sound. Twang sounds like this. It sounds really brassy. It has that like extra weird thing going on with it. If you want it, you can have it. Obviously, I'm doing a huge amount there, so you can hear it. It's gonna be a little bit trickier for me to play with it right now because I need to be quiet. But as an example voice, I always said Kirsten Stewart in the past, and I completely messed up my names. Kirsten Stewart's a freaking Twilight person. It's not Kirsten Stewart that uses it. It's freaking I corrected myself and I googled it again. Darcy in the MCU. God, what's her name? I know it's Kat Dennings. Kat Dennings. That's who I meant. Kat Dennings is the person I meant. Also the Charles person, who's the voice of Mabel. She also has it. Okay, the examples I gave were correct, but the names of the actresses I got wrong. Because I don't know pop culture. Someone Charles, I don't know her first name. Or is it Kirsten Charles or Kristen Charles or something? The voice of Mabel in Gravity Falls, she has a bunch of twang. Kristen Charles, okay, thank you. That's the voice of Mabel in Gravity Falls. Or Kat Dennings, who's in, obviously, like the MCU, or that Two Broke Girls show. They have a bunch of twang in their voice. That's like that thing that you hear in their voice. And Kristen Charles is also a funny comedian, so you might know her from British TV comedy shows. Okay, last little thing. All right, on this list. However, remember, this is not an exhaustive list. There's a billion infinite things that could go on this list. We can't go on forever. Accent. Your accent does not have to change, or it can change. That's entirely up to you. If you want a different accent, go for a different accent. If you want to retain your accent, retain your accent. None of the exercises and stuff that I've shown you will change your accent. You will find across the voice world that some people's exercises do mess with your accent. There's a little bit of a myth that's perpetuated amongst a lot of the voice world that accent things are gendered. It is technically true that accents have like a masc version of them and a femme version of them, although that's entirely cultural. So some countries, like Japan's an example of this, or Russia's an example of this, like it's so much that there is like a masc version of a Russian accent and a femme version of a Russian accent that even the words you say become very different. And you use like a different version of a language for a masc version and a femme version. That's at the extremes, same in Japanese. At the opposite end, like Netherlands, I was told, there's just very little like even the pitch is like very monotonous apparently, in a Netherlands accent, in a Dutch accent, and yeah, apparently they don't have like almost any distinction between a masc version and a femme version. If you're not aware of that in your country, it's probably not much of a thing. In like West Coast America, yeah, I got it right, like Seattle, California, those areas, they have a bit of it, and just to a degree that's been exported to the rest of the country, but the further you go out, the less that becomes. Hence we have concepts like the Cali girl voice. That's obviously the Cali girl voice, not the Cali guy voice, because there's a slight distinction there. If you hop the waters over to Britain, we have barely any distinction, probably because we have so many freaking accents we can't fit in having gender divides as well. So like, yeah. Oh, Valley Girl, not Cali Girl. Okay, sorry, Valley Girl. You Americans with your weird Valley Girl, whatever. But yeah, here in Britain, we don't have anything like that. So it's going to vary massively from culture to culture. If this is something you're concerned about, just kind of listen to the voices around you. If you notice a very obvious like accent shift between masc and femme, even though it's in the same locality, the same like overall accent, but they've got like a masc version and a femme version of it, then maybe it's more relevant in your area, and try to identify what those differences are. At this stage in your vocal journey, you will be able to do that. It's like right at the end. For most countries though, it's not going to be a big deal. Even if it is a thing in your country, like you'll be able to get away with it not being, unless you're at the extreme end of a distribution. Because again, if you go to a country that has an accent that you've not heard before, you can still tell masculine voices from feminine voices, because this is a tiny little bit of vocal gendering that's barely a thing. So don't worry about it. You see a lot of trans femmes getting Valley Girl accents. It's entirely unnecessary and not needs to be a thing at all. We just have this thing where I think because there are just a lot of American voice teachers, this concept has developed of like the feminine aspects of the American accent have been mistaken for being fundamental to feminization. It's like, only where you live, babe. It's not this universal concept. So watch out for that. That one's a bit more of a pervasive thing. You see that in a lot of different vocal communities. So just kind of watch out for that. It's not necessarily true where you live. Might be, but it might not be. And by this stage in your vocal journey, you'll be able to check that for yourself, just by listening to the people around you. Physically around you, like in your locality, in your geography. Outside of that though, your accent, do whatever the heck you want with it. You don't need to have a Valley Girl accent to sound femme. You don't need to not have a Valley Girl accent. You need to have whatever accent you want to have. You want to sound British, time to sound British. You want to sound Norwegian, time to sound Norwegian. Like, have whatever accent you want to have, you know? Whatever feels most appropriate to you in your life. Yeah. All right. Any questions about any of that? Any customization stuff? You want to sound British sometimes? Yeah, learn a British accent. Go for it. So you may take vocal aspects of your voice teacher while learning, and that's a reason for Valley Girls. No, excuse me. I mean, you might, but I don't tend to find people do that. It's more, there are so many American voice teachers that a lot of American voice teachers seem to have developed this idea between them that the Valley Girl voice is fundamentally more feminine rather than being a feature of that locality. Okay? My assumption is because there are so many American voice teachers that there's just not been other voices coming into it. I've noticed that as this has spread out a bit more and we're getting more British, more European, we seem to have like a new generation of teachers that are more aware of this. But this is a very brand new thing that is emerging, that people have been like, hang on a minute, you're on about like something that's pretty specific to America. So like sharpness as a concept. Sharpness, yeah, you wanna be more sharp, to be more feminine if you live in America. But that's not necessarily true in other countries. There's an example of that. And it might be, just because you're not American doesn't mean that a particular thing isn't relevant to you, but like it's not fundamentally fem, so you will need to listen to the voices around you to see if it is relevant to you. A bit of background. There's North Korea, Korean, South Korean, Korean, and Defense Language Institute Korean. Same goes with girl speech that's been studied versus learned organically. I don't think I understood your point there. If you mean that like it's cultural, if that's what you're getting at there with studied versus learned organically, then like yeah, it's an entirely cultural thing. There's no anatomical thing that is pushing the scale in any direction whatsoever. It's like a 100% cultural thing, like accents themselves. Just an emergent thing that happens within a culture. Defense Language Institute Korean. Is that like a legit language? That's crazy. Point is that an educational community develops its own codex. Yes, exactly. It's this cultural building of things that just organically happens. Cultures build cultural things, yeah, like accents and language and all that stuff. All right, any other questions about this stuff before we move to our last stage of the workshop, which is going to be our one-on-one section, where I can get feedback for you guys if you want help with your voice. And I will not stop knocking my microphone. I won't do it. All right, I'm seeing no more questions. If you do have more questions, still ask them, and you can 100% still ask your questions as we go through this next bit. So, huge special thank you to our Ko-fi supporters. These people sign up for a subscription each month to help fund what we do here. So at our tier 1, we have Misty, who was here earlier. Is Misty still here? No, Misty's not still here. But Misty, Mihuggy, who is in the YouTube chat, if they're still there, Himori, and Grave Robbed Maria. Huge thank you to those people. Massive thank you to our tier 1 supporters there. We also have our tier 2 supporters, Lanmisa, Ona, and Leah. I'm pretty sure I saw Leah earlier. Yeah, hey, Leah there in the Trans Network. Big, huge thank you to Leah there and everybody else at our tier 2. Huge thank yous going out there. And then our massive, crazy, huge thank yous. Fucking light up the chats. I guess Trans Network chat, 'cause that's where people seem to be. Light up the chats for Beth and Ria. Yo, our tier 3 supporters. Huge thank you to those people. Everybody in these lists, or higher tier, big of a thank you. Huge thank you to these people. Like, seriously, thank you. For everybody else, like, the reason I can do these things is because, and the reason I can consistently do these things is because of these people financially supporting. It makes a huge difference. And it's a big part of what we do. I'm able to, like, all of this money gets reinvested into Trans Network. So where we're constantly bringing out like just free stuff for people, this is how I'm able to do that, because I can pay for those things using the Ko-fi money. So yeah, huge thank you to those people. And if you also want to support us over at Ko-fi, then head to ko-fi.com/transnetwork. And a huge thank you if you do so. Like, that's genuinely, like, thank you so much, because it really helps a lot of people. Yeah, Mihugi's still here. Yo, huge thank you to Mihugi. The streaming background, hells yeah. Cool. And then also an extra special thank you to Crammed at Singuistics, Crammed Voice Lessons, aka Charles. Charles trained me to teach this stuff. I'd already been like developing my knowledge on my own and building this as a skill. And then as I was like getting to that level, he topped it off with just a bunch of free training. Literally, I paid nothing. He trained me completely for free because he's fucking awesome and he just wants to help. So huge thank you to Charles over at Singuistics. If you want to just thank him for us having like a high quality teaching here, then you can head over to Singuistics. There's a link right there. If you're in my server, then if you go into the endorsed servers, there's a link to Singuistics in there. To be honest, you can just Google Singuistics and it'll come up. We're a pretty big server. Yeah, huge thank you to Charles. They do a bunch of events over there, which might be interesting for you. The practice ones are really good. If you check out the Trans Voice, what's it called? The name has just left me. Trans Voice Practice Lounge, of course. The Practice Lounge is really good. Really recommend that one. One of them clashes with these workshops, unfortunately, but the other one does not. So check out the Practice Lounge. Really good way to practice. You're just going to be in a call with a bunch of people and a voice teacher who will help correct you when you make mistakes, and you just go over drills together. Really useful. Highly recommend that one. And then they also have, what's their special event coming up soon? So you usually have a special event. Oh, there is a German Trans Voice Lounge as well. If you want to do it in German, then there's like a specific German teacher there who you can work with. So highly recommend that. And their next special event is March 6th. Oh, 2026. Okay, that's ages away. Okay, well, in 2026, March 6th, they've probably messed up the date there. So it's probably not actually that date. But there is the How to Sing Black. So if you want to learn like culturally black music, which I believe is mainly in the context of like what's it called? African American music, then you can learn what that style is. They have a bunch of singing stuff, they have a bunch of voice acting stuff, and they have a bunch of trans voice stuff. So if you're interested, I would highly recommend checking out Linguistics. They're a good place for knowledge. Cool. Okie dokie. All right. We are at that point. If you're wanting some help with your voice specifically, or if anybody has any questions, type any questions you have about voice whatsoever in the chats. And if you want your voice specifically reviewing, then... Okay, the flowers weren't too bad. They're a little bit, the petals, a little bit choppy there. A little bit choppy. But if you want some specific help with your voice, then hey, whoever speaks next gets to go next. And we just do it like that. What do we think about this new setup, by the way? Like, what do you think about this set, I suppose? This lighting and all of that? I'm sort of in two minds. I feel like it doesn't flatter my face very well because it's a little like bright light right at me. But the fairy lights are quite nice. And it stays very consistent. And blue is good, although it's not enough. If I can adjust it slightly. I can adjust this to be like more blue. Whoa, I could do that. Oh, that's way better. Hold on. Can I like prop this up somewhere? Oh, if I do it too low, it doesn't work out. Oh, there's got to be a way that I can do this. Oh, we have it going. Come on. There's a way to make this work, please. Okay, that's kind of cool. It's on my face, which makes it a little bit not working quite as well, but I just tilt it a little bit. I don't know. I can change it up to green and red as well, or I can have it alternating. Okay, whatever. I've got a blue face now. Yeah, okay. Any voice questions that you have, or just if you want to help with your voice right now, then just unmute and ask them out. You like having it on my face? Just
Hello.
don't mind? Okay. Hey, how can I help you?
Hi. I guess I want some help because I basically started voice training a few years ago,
Mhm.
but I
First
didn't look
question.
at any tutorials.
First question
Sure.
for you. Are you currently getting a really bad echo right now? Do you need me to fix that?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
it's throwing me off a little.
I thought so. Okay, what's going to happen now for everybody is I'm going to plug my headphones in, and as soon as I do so, you are not going to be able to hear Eden. You'll only be able to hear me. So if you want to be able to hear us both, just open up in like another window, open up the YouTube stream, and mute Discord for a moment. youtube.com/@trans_network. And you'll be able to hear us both. Yeah, this is the one difficulty of doing it in multiple servers. Either the person speaking hears a huge, crazy echo and it's really, really hard for them, or only the people in their server can hear them.
I'm pretty nervous as well.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't
Okay.
worry about it at all. Obviously, whatever I can say to help alleviate your nerves.
Okay.
Yeah, how can I help you?
Okay, I was saying
So you've been training for an amount of years, did you say?
about 3 years, but it's like I literally all I did was like I just started talking to people on Discord, but I never looked at any tutorials.
Right, sure.
And I just kind of went into it, and over the years I've kind of developed this voice that I have now.
You just kind of like
and-
aggressively tried to make it sound more femme.
It was fully through like vibes. It was completely vibes based.
Yep.
It's like today was the first time I learned about a lot of the concepts or whatever.
Yeah.
So like I know like there's things I can improve on, and
Okay.
I'm not quite sure like what they are or whatever.
So we call
Pretty
what
much.
followed your process gen femmers, where you just kind of generated a femme
What is
voice.
that?
You just kind of
Okay.
gen femmed it.
I don't know. There's a word for it.
Yeah. And a problem that people can run into in that situation is they don't really know what they've done, and so they can run into situations like,
I don't have a clue.
what do I do to change it if I want to change it? I don't really know. So the first thing that you need to do is one, just have a play with some of these drills. As someone, you have done these things, you just didn't realize you'd done these things. So you're probably going to pick them up really easily. You just get it in a more structured way. And that'll give you the space to, if you are wanting to edit your voice, to edit it. The second big important one is you need a more specific goal. Because if you're just trying to make it...
I didn't have a goal at all.
Exactly. If you're just trying to make it femme, what does that mean? The femme voice? What does that sound like? The one mono femme voice? The femme voice? Damn. You need to show me that shit. There's no such thing. So to make it really tricky again, where do you go? Where do you once you got the basics down, like what do you do with all of it? You don't really know because you don't actually have a goal. Because like the femme voice isn't real. It's not a real thing that exists. You don't have a goal. See, that's the other thing. Make a goal, and just listen to voices. See what you like. Maybe it's, I don't know. Maybe you like lower pitched femme voices. Maybe you like femme voices that are really breathy. Just listen to a variety of voices. If there's like YouTubers where you're like, oh, I like her voice, or oh, I like her voice, or even if it's just like, oh, there's like this thing in her voice that I quite like. I'm not after her voice, but maybe there's like a particular thing that I like. You can start building this concept of where you're trying to take your voice. That's more than just femme. and that'll give you much more direction. So first look at like, well, what's your size goal? What's your weight goal? And then beyond there, just what other things do you like? And that's just a personal preference thing at that point.
Hmm.
Yeah, I know that's probably not the answer you want to hear of like, do this. But like,
Yeah,
does that give you something actionable you feel you can actually work on?
it does. I was quite interested in. I don't know. Have you seen K-pop Demon Hunters?
I have not, but I can follow this
Uh,
line.
Okay. There's one of the girls in that movie has like a very low. I don't know how to say like a lower
Uh-huh.
voice.
Do you want me to put it up?
to
I'll have
go
a listen to it.
Sure. Her name is Mira, like Mira.
Give me a second. I'll just type her into YouTube. Okay, Mira, and this was what, from a band or?
K-pop Demon Hunters. It's a movie.
Hunters. What a name.
Yeah.
Okay, Mira being extra. Okay.
Value the differences and your team. Diversity is the secret to success at the end of the day.
I don't know why, because she's so cool. Who else could wear a sleeping bag to the Met Gala?
Oh, I didn't even get to finish my Damian!
Those special effects looked amazing.
Yeah, special effect.
Did you want to come in?
I mean, yeah.
She doesn't say much.
Oh, you got the patterns. Now you gotta die. I hate abs!
A few moments later.
Okay, so she's got a bit more of an aggressive voice. You're totally correct. Definitely a lower pitch. A little bit of graveliness coming in when she's being a bit more aggressive. Like, oh, I hate abs. Yeah, I think you've pretty spot on there. The main thing that you can be thinking there is that lower pitch. And then a kind of can't be bothered vibe, essentially. So, how do you feel about, we'll just go one thing at a time. How do you feel about the pitch of your voice compared to the pitch of her voice? Don't try to measure it for me, just give a estimation.
I feel like it's too high pitch. I think I know what pitch means. Like it's too high pitch or whatever.
Okay, sure.
I feel like.
Yeah, so look to bring
But
it down a bit.
I guess I feel like if I lower it a little, like I kind of start sounding less feminine, I guess.
So it is definitely pitch that is moving down. I don't think I really heard any notes go down there. I heard a little bit of weird mouth stuff going on. Like he kind of went like less feminine. I went less feminine. Less. That's all pitch stuff. If you need a little prompt, let me see if I can get her exact pitch.
I hate abs!
A few moments later.
Would that help? Could I do that on like a spectrogram?
You don't even need a spectrogram. You just use whatever tuner.
Okay.
Any tuner will show you.
Okay.
This is where voice tools can be useful app because it has a little tone thing that will change you. So she's somewhere around E3, F3, those kind of ranges. Like just a tiny bit smidgen lower than me, depending on my sentence. Like if I go slightly lower than is like my intuitive one, then like, yeah, I hate abs or whatever. Yeah, try playing around with like E3, F3, stuff like that. That might get you to where you're looking for. And you can like literally.
Okay, that's really helpful.
Okay, and then bring a little bit more movement as you're moving around there. And yeah, okay, I kind of have a pitch that's around this kind of a level. It'll probably take you a bit more practice than that.
Okay.
Experience in it. But,
I'd have to
just
learn those things.
You just got to recenter yourself regularly. A large part of that is changing a habit. I don't think that's much of a pitch change for you, which kind of makes it harder because it's a smaller change to like zero in on. but just practice returning to that center regularly, and in time it'll start to build. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
That makes sense.
Fab. Sick. Glad I could help. All right, would anybody else like to go next? I see Sweet Caroline. Yeah, do you want to go next?
Hi, hello.
Hey, how can I help you?
Basically, I have like these two voices developed. One is being this one, and the other one being, hi, hello, how you doing? And I kind of would like to know which one is better for practice long term. And that's like the for feminization. I would personally love lower fem. And also there are like the other thing I can't really do with those voices is if I go hello, something like that, I cannot really go loud. They are not really that flexible. I've been realistically voice training only for a couple of weeks and was just wondering where to go.
Yeah, okay. I would say use the drills. It sounds like we're doing a bunch of things, just some random voices and stuff. Use the drills. That's what we're there for. The drills will take you where you're trying to go. When you gave me those two voices, it sounded like one was just a higher pitched voice than the other. So remember, pitch isn't really going to be a big significant thing. You can play around with like moving up and down in notes, so you can identify that was mainly a pitch shift. And yeah, get to use those drills. So first thing for you would be the weight stuff. Play with those pitch hills. So like hang on. And trying to keep that light sound as you then go into talking, and trying to make sure it's nice and gentle, nice and like, yeah. As you then go into your talking section.
Okay, thank you very much.
Go Joss. Yeah, no worries, no worries.
Thank you.
Were you here in the weight section we did earlier, Sweet Caroline? Oh, have we lost her? I'll just.
Hello?
Yeah. I was just saying, were you here in the weight section earlier?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah, so rewatch
sorry
as
if
many
I'm,
times as you like. Yeah,
on
so
mobile and the phone does not pick up. I'm so sorry.
Completely fine, completely fine.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Yeah, just go over that drill, practice, and use the drill to help you. Cool. Can you help me with your voice too? Yeah, of course. You don't have to ask. You just unmute and go for it. How can I help you? Never gonna S?
Hello.
Hello.
Do I sound how feminine or not? I don't know.
So wherever it sounds film mask is up to you. I can tell you how to make change. Your goals are your goals.
My goals are to sound feminine.
But what was I saying to that other person before? There is not the femme voice. There's a whole category of voices. Yeah? Yeah?
So does my voice pass this woman?
You tell me.
I think it does.
Okay. If you're happy with your voice, then that's what it's all about. This is a point that I want to make really clear to people. I don't set your goal. You set your goal. That's a personal decision that you have to make. So whether it's there yet, whether it's femme or if it's feminine, that's up to you. You tell me that. And then if it's not, then we identify what it is you're wanting to change, and I help you change that. But that final analysis, that comes down to you. It's a personal decision. I can't make that for you. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I get it.
Yeah. Cool. So yeah, if there's a specific thing that you're looking to change, I'm happy to help you with that. If you sound happy with your voice, then that's kind of a goal. What do you think? What do you think?
Should I change something in my voice?
That's that's up to you. That's up to you.
I mean, for it to sound more natural feminine, like
Yeah, that's up to you. Yeah, that's up to you.
natural woman.
The final analysis, has to be you. Because I can't assign your voice goal. It's your goal. It's not my goal. It's not my goal. So to you, are you happy with your voice? Are you happy with your voice? Does it sound feminine to you?
Yes.
Yeah. Then
It does.
Job done. Job done. If you're happy with your voice, then that's the whole point. That's the whole point. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know it. Okay.
So the goal of what we're doing here, remember, is you're wanting to sound more in line with your goals. So definitionally, I cannot set that for you. Because it's your goal. Like I'm not psychic. I can't know your goal. So you have to tell me if you're achieving your goal or not. And if you're saying that you're happy with this voice, then by definition, you've done it. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. No worries. Like that's the whole point. We're trying to make you happy with your voice.
Yeah, that's right.
Sec. All right. Happy customer. All right. Well, would anybody like to go next? Or unless you had a follow-up question there, nevertheless.
No, I have no questions anymore.
Sec. All right. If you want to read then, take the next person. Yeah, that echo there was just for Nevergoness, but I don't want to change that, or I didn't want to change that in her thing, because otherwise it can mess with this sound. I need to hear as pure of a sound as possible. So sometimes when I'm speaking to some people, you'll hear an echo, but if we were to change that, it would affect the way I hear their voice, and there might be things that I miss because of the way Discord is. Beth says your unhealthy or her unhealthy goal is to have the femme voice be powerful enough for 80% or more people, gender female on the telephone without prompting. Healthy version would be I sound feminine to myself and don't strain or irritate myself in the process. Brainworms. You happy with your voice, but what's wrong with it? Yes, exactly. Yes. And that's a really hard thing to deal with. The best solution I've got to it so far is specify your goals, like really specify your goals, because it gives you something solid to actually compare to instead of this like amorphous concept of just femme, because it's not a solid thing. You can't compare to femme, whereas you can compare to Mira from K-pop Demon Hunters. Yeah. So that's what I really suggest to people, like really as best as you can, really build up this goal, this concept of where you want your voice to be. And even then, it can still be tricky. Like, I don't have a perfect solution to brainworms. Brainworms do be worming. As I hear my voice right now, actually doesn't sound feminine to me at all. It sounds kind of androgynous. But I've relied on enough people telling me that it sounds femme that I will just believe them. Because, yeah, I have some pretty bad brainworms. And it applies to some just mental health stuff that I have. But like, yeah, it's just tough. So I don't have a perfect solution to brainworms, because there is a heavy overlap with like just mental health shit and like bad goals and like putting pressure on yourself and shitty things like that. So like it overlaps too much with the scope of what would be more appropriate for a therapist for me to be able to give a full solution, because I'm not a therapist, and like, yeah, that shit fucks with stuff. So yeah, I don't have a perfect solution to brainworms, I'm afraid. You just gotta sort of do your best to arm yourself against them. Like, despite the fact that I don't hear my voice as feminine, if I break down and I don't go on that macro level analysis, I know my size is small because I can go on that individual variable. I know it's small. I know my voice is light and lacking weight. I know that the individual components that make a feminine voice are correct. But when I go to that macro level of analysis, then the brain worms have a much better opportunity to latch on. So another thing you can try doing is specify not just the goal, but the scope. Okay? So just go for an individual feature like size or weight. Okay? That can help you to, it's way less amorphous. We're on a very specific thing there, specifically the weight of your voice. It becomes much less gendered because like weight on its own isn't what makes a femme voice. It's a combination of stuff. So it can really help to, again, to like, even though you can't get that macro lens analysis without the brain taking over, you can get that micro lens analysis. Yeah. And yes, of course, when you listen analytically to random women, there's obviously an enormous amount of variation. Just ask people to wear headphones. Yeah, but that's not always easy for people. Come join with me. Not everybody has headphones available. And it can mess with mics sometimes. People's mics get moved and stuff, which becomes a whole hassle. There's just not really a perfect solution, unfortunately. Right, would anybody else like some help with their voice? Anybody at all? You just unmute and speak up. Or have we gotten through everybody? Or if anybody has any more questions on voice at all, then they're absolutely welcome to ask. And if there's nothing else, then we might be wrapping up now. We've gone for 4 hours. This is a pretty good workshop time. It's getting pretty late. Okay, I see no more questions. And nobody seems to be unmuting to ask some anything on their voice. So we might wrap up there. You're trying to think of questions. That's okay. We can be wrapped up. We've gone for 4 hours. That's a good length of time. I'm okay with this end time. So to wrap us up, boo. Let me check my calendar for upcoming. What the fuck was that? What was that? Must have been something outside. God, that was fucking weird. Wow, that is completely shaking me. Okay, so next week we have a public lesson with Idalia. That will be her first public lesson. So you can check out that at 1 o'clock, and then I'll do a tiny little stream afterwards, but I do need to get off pretty quickly because I have laser that same day. And then we'll have a bigger stream on Wednesday, the 9th. We're teaching Mara, who has her public lesson at, again, 1 o'clock BST, British time, and swing by for those. And yeah, I'll probably stream for like a few hours on that one. And then again, next Saturday, we have another workshop. If you're not already, then 100% swing by my Discord. That's the main place to get literally everything that I do. So yeah, check out my Discord. It's a pretty cool place. You can get lessons with me. Again, public lessons with me are completely free. And private lessons are £20 a lesson. I believe I have the lowest rates of any voice teacher out there, which is kind of cool. Okay, I literally, all I need to do is plugs, and yeah, I need the toilet. Okay, I will be right back while I pop to the toilet. And then I will do all the plugs. Okay, I'll be right back.
Can you hear me now? I'm just not going to let Sarah off the hook without getting a chance to say that her lessons are really, really, really effective. Okay, I want you to know that.
Boo, 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 boo. Okay, hello. I return. Again, hopefully you didn't hear any freaking biological sounds, as someone else put it. I do not know.
No, but we did hear somebody plugging you. I'm not going to let you off the hook without giving me a chance to say how thankful I am that your lessons have been so effective. Yes, they have been.
Hells yeah. Oh, you're super welcome, Beth. And huge thank you to you for being one of our tier 3 supporters. Pretty freaking awesome. Yeah, that's sick. So thank you. No, you think the weird thing I heard earlier was someone on VC2. Oh, okay, that's fine. It sounded very much like it happened in real life, but my boyfriend just said that he didn't hear anything. So I don't know. Creep me out, whatever it was. 20 bucks a lesson, or less than 20 bucks a lesson. If you paid 100 an hour for a mediocre therapist, you can pay more than 20. Yeah, true. Funny how the echo's gone. Because I'm not talking to anybody right now. Everybody else is muted. The echo was just when I was talking with somebody and they had the echo. Unless it's been echoing this entire time for YouTube. I really hope it hasn't. It should just have been when I was talking to that one person. Yeah, so in dollars, it's around $27 per lesson. Conversion rates differ slightly from day to day. So sometimes it's usually around $27 and between 40 cents and 70 cents, depending on conversion rates of that day. In dollars and euros, I want to say it's around 24 euros a lesson. One of my students did tell me what it turned out to be, but I don't quite remember. And yeah, lessons are 55-minute lessons. 55, not 50. Yeah, that's for private lessons. Public lessons are free. So yeah, if you're looking for lessons, then head over to my Discord server. That's where you get all the stuffs. Yeah, there's a link to that in whatever profile I'm using right now, whatever account I'm using, because I have alt accounts, hence I can do it for every server. Head over to the bio and you'll see a link there. Or if you're watching through YouTube right now, head over to the YouTube description for this live stream right now. Or I believe it's somewhere on the channel homepage as well. You can, there's a link to the Discord there as well. Am I connected or related to Seattle Voice Labs? Not in any way, no. If I was connected to or related to Seattle Voice Labs, I guarantee that price would be a lot higher. Because my word, do they know how to charge. They are really expensive over there. No, I'm in no way related to Seattle Voice Labs. I'm in their server as a member, just like everybody else. I've swung by some of their workshops. There's some things that I've questioned a little bit, but that's their stuff. There's definitely some stuff that's a bit off to me though, especially for people that are charging, what is it, like $170 a lesson now? I don't know, it's crazy. But yeah, I'm just my own person. I am Trans Network, and Trans Network is me. $135. It must have gone down. Maybe that's because of a big Finsta donation. Yeah. Yeah, if you want to support what we do, part of the reason why lessons here are $27 instead of $135, which is still insane to me, is Ko-fi supporters. I mean, you know, the total income is just lower, obviously, but also like just Ko-fi supporters are a huge help. So if you want to be one of those supporters, then first of all, thank you so much, and you can head over to ko-fi.com/transnetwork to do that. Finsta donation, Finsta donated like a enormous amount of money. I think my understanding was it was for scholarships. So like a lot of people are getting free stuff because he's paying for like just a lot of people over in Seattle Voice Lab, because that's where he got his lessons or is getting his lessons. Could we do 2 55-minute lessons in a row? I would urge against that. Like ultimately I let people control their lessons, but I would urge against that because you need sufficient time to practice. Like you're not benefiting as much from 2 hours of lessons as you would from 2 separate hour-long lessons. Yeah, or like 55-minute lessons. Is F being back to being he? My understanding, because I tried to follow this closely because it wasn't very clear, is he never stopped being he. He is his default, but is also down with she, her, and they, them, and doesn't really care that much, and enjoys she, her sometimes. But the pronoun that he's always used for himself is he, him. So if that's what he uses, that's what I'll use. Has been my policy on it. But he's also specifically expressed that use whatever pronouns. He's not too bothered. I haven't finished my plugs. The other thing to plug is YouTube, obviously. youtube.com/@trans_network. If you want to see all of the live stream VODs, they're all stored there. Videos coming soon, as soon as I get to it. Part of that goal, there, it's right there. One of that Ko-fi goal is we're using, again, the Ko-fi money to just straight up hire a videographer to help me make a full series of beginner videos to be like, yo, this is your full series of like in YouTube videos, how to modify the gendering of your voice. Excuse me, my voice is going crazy. I've got hiccups. I got all the stuff right now. As I'm going to drink 2 liters of water too quick. But yeah, all the past live streams are all on YouTube, so you can review a bunch of workshops over and over and over again to help you out. And yeah, we have regular live streams where I just hang out with chat. We have live streams where I'm doing a public lesson. Last time we did a public lesson, and then we were going over like some fashion stuff because I'm looking to start establishing my style a little bit and buy some clothing, and chat was helping me figure out my style, which is pretty fun. Apparently I'm Pacific Northwest grunge. Apparently that's my style. So yeah, swing by. It's pretty cool. All right, I'm just rambling now. I will see you all when I next see you. Squeeze in your last questions if you have them. You can definitely see Pacific Northwest grunge lore. Yo, that's what I'm going for. I mean, it's not right now. I don't know any of those clothes. I don't own any of those clothes. But as soon as we get some band tees, I've got a pair of jeans that already have like some holes developing that I'm like, if I just badly stitch those up, I'm pretty sure that'll give me that sort of effect that looks good, but also the holes don't just keep expanding or whatever, and they're like at the front of a jean so it looks fine. Pretty sure if I do something like that, get some band tees, okay, if I can get a flannel, maybe get some like bracelets, like chains and shit, it'd be pretty cool. I've got some ideas now. This is pretty cool. Yeah, no worries, Lazy Nimrod. If you're looking for a way to like get your voice reviewed but you're not comfortable being on stream, there is a little section in my Discord where you can submit voice clips. It's called clip feedback, So you can make a little thread that's just for you. That like, it's for Lazy Nimrod thread. And you can post your stuff in there, and then people can give you, like, just the people in my Discord, and obviously me. And I always get to people. Sometimes it takes a few days because like I have to get to like students first, but you can post a clip in there, and I can give you some input. Yeah, sounds good. All right, everybody. I love you all. I am just rambling. It looks like everybody's questions are answered. I'm going to bed. Have a lovely rest of your day, everybody. Thank you all so much for coming. I really, really appreciate you all being here. These verse workshops just work out so much better when we do have a decent audience size. And like when you guys are like participating in chat, which you have been, it makes it so much better, and we can get through like so much more information. It massively improves these workshops and the streams when you guys participate as much as you have today. So huge thank you for that. You made my job easier, frankly. So yeah, thank you for that. I really appreciate it. Okay, I will see you all next time. Bye bye, YouTube stream.